man. Black Power, Black Power, Black Power. This boy Swab Boss. You already know what time it is. Oh, man. This one right here kind of hurts me to do, but that's only because that's only because I have those type of feelings where I care about stuff. The bag rolling up the chips is loud. All right, man. We back though. This the boy Swab Boss, man. Black Power. Let's get to it. Now, this stream may go on for a while. I would like to get an open panel. We can switch subjects. But once again, I got to display the lack of intellectual integrity. I'm supposed to, be like the bum, the stupid motherfucker, right? Yeah, I've been trying to get this conversation, but for some reason, the conversations just always go to some stupid shit like Apple or flat fucking Earth or telling some woman about her belief system or this, that, and the other. Some dude about his belief system, this, that, and the other. But don't worry, I am here. So let's see if we can hit that like button. Matter of fact, let me share this right quick because I made this post about going live yesterday, so it may be down a little bit on people. YouTube. So let me share it. Hit that like button if you got a channel, share it. Yeah, so shout out to Q Butter, shout out to the Zions Institute. Please support. That shit is official. I want to see it grow. I want to see it extend. Now, separate that. Never no shade toward the Institute, no dirt toward the Institute. The panels that he has nothing to do with the Institute. So anybody who does that is on some whole shit. But as far as how the channel is being ran, the motherfuckers run that shit how they want to, but I can critique that shit how the fuck I want to. So we have some idiots over there. We have some very egotistical people over there. We have, a bit of an echo chamber over there, a bit of a buddy group, a bit of what is it? A power, tribe. It's like, when me and Goldmine and Brandon Bay and the rest of the AOI, we do panels. If someone comes up and challenges one of us intellectually, now if you come up here on some whole shit, we packing you out. But if you come up here and challenge us intellectually, you say, "Yo, Suave, I don't believe Egypt was black." Goldmine and everybody else fall back. Brandon Bay and everybody else fall back. Pro-black fall back. Go ahead, fam. Want to scrap with you. If you come and say, Goldmine, I think hydroponics is overrated. And I don't believe that energy exists and you can't transfer it. We all going to fall back. Let you get your fade with Goldmine. It don't happen like that over there. I'm getting to the point now that I'm getting a little bit of respect when motherfuckers will be like, "Ah, shit, here you go. Let me be a little bit slower to jump in this nigga way. But you have your Sabios, who is presented as educated. So I'm assuming he's educated. I'm not gonna say he's uneducated, but he's um he's egotistical. He's very emotional, and that makes him stupid at times. I don't give a fuck how much education he got. Um, mm, and I'm gonna tell you the truth. I want a slot on Q Butter's channel. If this is who he has on the channel, guess what I want? I want to be able to go live on his channel. If he has a person like Devastated for you, who is allowed to sit up here and say, well, you know, Benjamin Netanyahu was born in New Jersey, and nobody corrects him or calls him out. And I say, you know, I don't think that to be true. Then I do the study and I say, nah, Benjamin Netanyahu was not born in New Jersey. He was born in Tel Aviv. His father moved to New Jersey when he was young. His father worked there. So he spent time in New Jersey. And I think he had a brother that was born in New Jersey, but he died in a war. And that can't be received in a healthy manner. It's pushback on that. But it's the truth, right? So it's like false information is wrong. Being pseudo is wrong unless one of us do it. Then we talking about Sheikh Anta Diop and Egypt being black and the pigmentation test that Sheikh Anta Diop did on some mummies. He requested some skin from these museum who has these pharaohs. So I want to test them for, you know. But of course, the Western world didn't accept it. No one will peer review his work. So unless you get peer reviewed, you're not credible. But then when people purposely don't peer review your shit, that's like they little tool blocking the game. It was racism. It was racism. And Psycho called the pigmentation test pseudo. And I said, how is it pseudo when you can test skin for melanin? And Devastating says, how you gonna get skin from 2,000 years ago? I said, nigga, what do you think Egypt is famous for? Mummies. What do you think a mummy is? This nigga said, ain't no damn skin on a mummy. You're a host on one of the most respected channels on YouTube that hasn't sold out yet. Hasn't bit the Sonetta pie. Hasn't got the Sonetta flu. As far as I know. Because I don't watch Sonetta channel. And I don't think they go over that. But anyway. How do you not know mummies have skin? That's the whole thing about mummies. How do you preserve the body so well? The skin, the hair, the teeth, some organs. So this nigga didn't even know that. So if he could host over that, I want to host over that. I want to be able to speak to the masses like he can speak to the motherfucking masses. So now there's this big rave about the DNA test. Everybody need a DNA test. Y'all should get a DNA test. And DNA, And so I go through the channel one day and it's like they're back on DNA. And Sabio, oh wow. For some reason, mispronounces deoxyribonucleic acid. He says something like deoxyriboic nucleic acid. Nobody corrects him. This is sad. So, I was looking at, the brother Psycho DNA test, and he showed he had this percentage, that percentage. And so when I go over there, I ask, so all of your ancestors don't show up on your DNA test. You're not genetically related to all of your ancestors. You do not get genes passed down to you from all of your ancestors. They say, no, that's not true. You do. And I say, well, you get 50% from your mother, 50% from your father. You get 20 to 30% from each grandparent, equaling about 50% that was passed down to your parent. Well, see, you're talking about it in percentages. This is what Corey says. You're talking about it in percentages, and if you're talking about it in percentages, you're not talking about genetics. You're talking about something else. But then, when Psycho showed his damn DNA test, that motherfucker said this percent, this, this percent, that. And this is what I'm talking about. The inability to communicate. That's why it pissed me off so much, because a motherfucker just had what was the conversation they just had? A motherfucker just had a panel over there. How do we communicate words in the black community? Comprehension versus interpretation. You see what I'm saying? Now, where does that conversation stem from? So now they have a panel called Determining the Level of Education Required for Black Youth to Function in Society. Cool. It leads into this conversation. So I want to play this video, show you this interaction, and let's see if we could get me a slot over there on Q Butter channel. Where is this at? So subscribe to Q Butter's channel. You know how I am. I support my brothers, and I'd rather intellectually bang with these people than do anything else. These are my brothers. These are my sisters. Okay? These are not my ops, my enemies. These are not people that I want to see be doing wrong. I want to show a broader audience that black people can come together and be healthy, be intellectual, be street, but not so street with the drug dealers, with the criminals. No, we just grew up on the curb. I had to go outside to play. I didn't have a video game. I went outside. I played with rocks. I played with sticks. I played with water. I played with dirt. I played with bugs. I played with trees. I played with leaves. I played with dogs, stray cats, squirrels, spiders, and other kids who played in the street. So I'm gonna bring this one up, and I'm gonna see if I can take it back, right? Now I don't want to take it back too far, but I do want to take it back. Shout out to everybody, please hit the like button. Oh, let me put the link in the chat. Let me put the link in the chat. So if you do want to hit the panel, you can hit the panel. But once again, this is another one of those examples where people were blatantly wrong, and instead of telling the truth, they were willing to be incorrect. Because it's hard to hold an echo chamber accountable. And they're not fully an echo chamber, but they got them echo chamber. It gets echo chamberish at times, which breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. God did. And that's another thing. It's like, because I know that there's a creator, every time I speak, I'm starting to pick this up. I didn't know this because I thought people listened to people for the words that they said. But every time I speak, it's like, oh, he trying to prove theology. He's trying to prove God of the Bible. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. The Bible's been proven false. The Quran has been proven false. I'm cool with it being proven false. It don't take nothing away from me, the creator, the truth, nothing. I want the truth. And if you're not okay with the truth, then you should adjust yourself. Don't try to adjust the truth. Don't try to demonize nobody, put nobody in a box. Get the chat. Hey, chat, do y'all hear him? Say stuff about him in the chat. Oh, that shit weak, man. I'm talking to you about this information, not about you. I'm talking to you about the information you put out. And I'm saying you're incorrect. Your information incorrect. It don't got nothing to do with your mama, your daddy, none of that. None of that. But now it's becoming it's becoming a pattern. And when I go over to this panel, I'm challenged unnecessarily instead of agreed with. And I come on and I ask questions. I don't come over there and say, y'all need to shut y'all dumb asses up because y'all know what the fuck y'all talking about. No. I ask questions. And then if there's something that I disagree with, I say, well, I disagree with that. And then we can get into the conversation if they want to get into the conversation. If they don't, they don't. But we cannot continue, as black men especially, to sit up here and build our circles like this. Off of bullshit. If the motherfucker wrong, the motherfucker wrong. And if you could correct me, you could correct him. There's no reason I should be getting muted and kicked off the panel, but this motherfucker can sit up here and rant and rave for 30 minutes. Literally. They've let Sabio go on this dumbass rant where he's wrong for 30 minutes. Cutting people off, over talking people, misinterpreting their word, taking what they said, putting it in a box, wrapping it in some bullshit, and then putting it out there. Did y'all hear him say? No, they did not hear him say that. He said this. That doesn't mean this. So when we have another stream called what was it? Working on effective communication skills to resolve conflicts in the black community. Y'all need to be fucking teaching Sabio that shit. Those are not effective communication skills. How do we communicate words in the black community? Comprehension versus interpretation. Nigga, y'all need to be telling Sabio that shit. That's crazy. So, here we are again. Let's see if we can get this. Let me see.
I wouldn't argue that. I mean, that I wouldn't argue, you know.
Now, how to get the data? I can't answer that. I apologize. I can't answer that. But it's a definitely a fairly new aspect to understanding just the power and just knowing that information. They're using it in crime now. That's like, holy shit, you can't really do much anymore. You know.
I'm gonna play a bit of this because I want to get to the part with Sabio, because that's where I came in when Sabio said deoxyriboic nucleic acid. So, you cool with me? Let's hear this.
You know, if they're pulling shit from 40 years ago that has your DNA on it, you know, but they're not linking it specifically to you. They're finding people you're related to and then finding them, asking them questions to kind of narrow down exactly who do we need to test to match this DNA. And it narrows that down to like a family.
Hey, you want to know what's funny to what you said?
Okay.
There's another aspect to it because they're tracing characteristics.
Go ahead, because I want to smash y'all, bro.
Hold on, bro.
I really want to smash y'all.
Bro, I'm speaking. Chill out. Because there's another aspect that if you watch what he's talking about, because I watched a few of the videos that he's talking about, there's another aspect to it because they're tracing criminal characteristics through DNA. So they're trying to figure out how people are criminalized through DNA, which is weird. But yeah, this is something new that they're saying.
Okay, I'm not arguing.
But I'm trying to find these numbers.
Okay, I'm not arguing the validity of
Okay, that's what I'm saying because that's what I really want to get to because these are salacious claims, bro. Like y'all really have to. Y'all can't like literally. It could be destroyed with just numbers. And I've been
Okay,
wanting to.
so
I'm gonna let you pull the numbers up or
and
whatever,
I hear
and
you, and I
I
hear
want
you,
to
and
see
I hear you, and I hear
how
you,
silly
and
this
I hear you
how
saying that
silly
they
this
can be.
stuff is.
I hear you. I hear you saying that they can be destroyed. But what I'm going to be presenting is coming from the British House of Commons. And this is them talking about the abolition of the slave trade in the 1800s. Okay. So I'm using a source that's coming from the British House of Commons, and they're going to be presenting numbers of slaves that was on certain ships. Okay.
Go ahead. Let's go.
So
Let's go.
I need you.
Let's go
I don't
because
need you
you
yelling. Yo, chill out. And because I'm going to tell you what I
because I
don't
got my
need.
trap set, brother. I got my argumentative trap set. I'm ready.
Yo, I hear you. I know you think you got your trap set. I know you think you got your trap set. And this is why I'm finna give you this.
As soon as you get in them numbers.
Chill. This is why I'm finna put this limitation on it. I need you to bring a source to refute the source that I am going to be using. You feel me? There's a big difference between having an argument with a source and just having an argument from ignorance. I'm using a source to stand on the numbers that I'm going to be presenting. So
where the numbers at?
I got you. So I need you to get your source while you setting your trap. All right.
What numbers are
I'm gonna use your source. I'm gonna use your source.
Ragwan, Jesus Christ. The panel link is pinned to the top. If you want to join the panel, you're welcome.
I'm gonna use your source.
No. You're not going to use my source.
What numbers is he hooting and
I'm gonna use your source.
Shout out to
I got you, Psycho. I'm finna tell you. He wants to know some of the numbers on some of the slave ships that they were bringing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the British House of Commons.
Capacity. Maximum capacity.
No, I'm going to give you the. I'm going to give you the numbers that they put on the ships. I don't give a fuck about you trying to. They're going to give you the numbers that they loaded on. Understand?
10 million Africans was brought to America.
No, they did.
So we have to talk about maximum capacity. Hold on, because I just because I looked at this stuff before I came. Before I got on the panel, I looked it up.
So
right?
Show me the source. Show me the source where you found it at. Show me that, please.
Look, but listen. I don't have a very technical phone. This is a very basic. Okay, but what I'm saying is, okay, can you just go look it up real quick? Because
I looked it up already, and I can't find anything that says 10 million. I can't find anything that says 10 million slaves was brought.
Okay, can anybody else on the panel verify that? Can anybody else? Can anybody on the panel verify that?
You want other people to verify your claim. You want other people, but you can't just show me your source.
Because what I'm saying is this is a highly basic phone. I don't know all of the technical stuff that y'all got and be able to send stuff through the back chat and all of that and pictures and stuff like that. Like I would if I could, but this is a very basic phone. Very basic phone.
I'm telling you, I don't know. You saying numbers I don't know about because I don't.
You guys hear me? Yeah. I just say
okay. My source. Y'all are paying
is the Asientos. All right.
Okay.
5 million. So if they were granting some people Asientos to get 4,000, the numbers. We're talking about the numbers. So now we got 700 people getting on ships. Is that possible or impossible? In the bottom of a cargo hold, chained together in.
Okay, the part of the coming up.
So I need you to stay with me. Don't yell. Don't run a Pan-African. I need to know if you think fit in 4 because you had a source that said 400, right? Hold on. You had a source that said 400. So I'm going to go from 400 to 700 people chained together.
Hold on.
I don't need those. Now, is that possible? Yes or no?
Other variables. They didn't just pack 4 to 700 people.
other layer. I just need you to answer. You see, this is why
Okay,
this is
no,
why
no, no,
these
no.
conversations
Because
are
if
so
I say that
difficult
it's
because you
possible,
don't want to answer questions.
hold
You answer
on,
your questions,
hold
but you don't
on,
want to
hold
answer
on.
ours. Can you answer the question? All 100, the material, yes or no?
Let's get to the. According to y'all, listen. This is not my documentation.
So now,
For 400 to 700 people.
so what's the other variable?
Okay, water, or you will die within like that. Shit do if you
Hey
They had
Sabio, how long is the trip, by the way? I don't know.
anywhere from
silly,
4 to
bro.
6 months.
6 weeks.
To 1 month. I don't even know how that makes sense. It's only 4 weeks in a month.
6 weeks for 1 month.
MPD.
Motherfucker
Yeah,
slow.
Sabio is hilarious.
We gonna leave that alone. We gonna leave that. We gonna leave that one off. We gonna let him get that one off. He think he got us right there, yo.
Bro, listen. In the 1700s,
And water. So they did have to keep them hydrated. I just wanted you to understand that they had barrels of water. Not only about the San Galeon.
Right? You already got 400 average. Million was shipped. Listen. So they said 10 million was shipped worldwide, right?
Okay, I hit the panel, so obviously
No, transatlantic.
just him mispronouncing deoxyribonucleic acid, but nevertheless, let's go.
Slave trade, that transatlantic slave trade.
10 million.
There were different slave trades. Yeah, there were different slave trades. Only a certain number.
This San Galeon, bro, the one ship
that point everybody.
Or what about the Jesus of Lubeck?
This is crazy.
Like, why you didn't bring up the Jesus of Lubeck?
Nobody own this information, yo. The shit free.
I take from your silence you have it. Hello?
Well, Aboriginal.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he really meant to argue what he.
They be thinking they got these. They realize
they make arguments. Somebody say some shit. They say something, then they Google it. They find the craziest shit, and they think it's a point. They never study it. There's no studying happening. There's no cross.
But they're in the echo chambers.
There's none of that.
They're echo chambers. So once they say some slick shit and it sound good, they got a whole crowd of people who co-sign it. So they, kind of solidifying, validating they, false beliefs.
It's crazy. That's why I said in the chat they need more readership, yo. Just read a little bit more.
Black power to the panel. Peace to everybody.
Suave, what's good?
And I'm low. So remember that. Their mics are higher. I'm lower. Just said black power.
Suave, what's good,
yo?
Appreciate it.
You came up here to beat people up.
Homework.
Oh nah. It would I'll be having questions for real. I mean, anybody talking about the slave trade didn't happen. You already know they're an idiot. I don't even know where that conversation is allowed to progress. But
come with the numbers.
Even if they say the numbers were screwed, there were black people here and they lying to them and trying to tell them they came from Africa. We'll argue that. You don't argue the slave trade didn't happen. It's idiotic. You're gonna die every time. But I was trying to see what he was challenging, the Pan-Africanism thing, but that got swooped back into this. But I just wanted to ask this: are you well, you're not genetically related to all of your ancestors, right?
Well,
like I heard the question. You're not genetically related to all of your ancestors. The answer should have been no, you're not. Genetically related to all of your ancestors, right?
Well, I mean, you got genetic ties to all your ancestors, yeah. Does that make... Yeah, you got genetic ties to them. I'll just leave it at that.
No, I'm saying you're not genetically related to, meaning you don't share the same genetics as all of your ancestors. Some ancestors don't show
you have a piece of, you have a piece of all your ancestors, like all your previous ancestors, like that's, genetically connected to you. It's a little piece of them in you. Yes. Pause.
Okay. Shout out to my brother Brandon Bay in the building. The link to the panel is at the top. Jesus Christ said he will join soon. Shout out to you. Let's keep going. You're not genetically related to all your ancestors.
Eyes to all your ancestors. Yeah. Does that make? Yeah, you got genetic ties to them. I'll just leave it at that.
No, I'm saying you're not genetically related to, meaning you don't share the same genetics as all of your ancestors. Some ancestors don't show up.
You have a piece of you have a piece of all your ancestors, like all your previous ancestors, like that's genetically connected to you. Is a little piece of them in you. Yes. Pause.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'll challenge that because the way they look, and like I say, if it can be explained, it can be explained. But you share 50% of your mother, 50% of your father, right? So there's 50% of your mother, 50% of your father that you don't share. Now listen to me. I said you get 50% of your DNA from your mother, 50% of your DNA from your father. He says, in agreement. Looking for understanding, looking to listen to what I'm saying. That's why I fuck with Psycho. 50% from your mother, 50% from your father, making up 100% of your genetic makeup. Lance is in the building. Shout out to you. And so therefore, right?
No, that's
You
not.
share 100% of your mother. That's 50% of your mother, 50% of your father that you don't share. You get 50% of your DNA from your mother, 50% from your father. So there's a percentage of DNA from your mother and a percentage of DNA from your father that you do not inherit. You don't get all of your father genetic, all of your mother genetics. You don't.
Because you can do a DNA test with your brother and sister, and they'll inherit the genetics from one of them that you didn't.
Fact. You may not even share. You don't share all the total genetic makeup as your brother or your sister. Your first brother, your sister, both parents, they will have a gene that got passed down from your mother and father that you don't got, and you will have a gene that got passed down to you that they don't got. That gene came from an ancestor back then, so your brother may not be genetically related to an ancestor that you're genetically related to. Okay. All right, but you share 50% of your mother, 50% of your father, right? So there's 50% of your mother, 50% of your father that you don't share, right?
No, that's
You
not.
share 100% of your mother and your father's genes.
No. When they say you share 50% of your mother, your 50% of your father, meaning like you got 50% of your DNA comes from your mother and 50% of your father's DNA comes from them. It's not, it doesn't mean like you got half of your father's DNA in you and then half of your mother's DNA in you. That's not what they
But
mean.
100% of your mother.
That's what the fuck it actually means.
In your, say it again, brother.
That's what it means. Man, I don't know why you get on that panel and argue with them, bro. Them niggas is not smart.
They're smarter than me in some categories. Like we share different types of intelligence, so that's why I listen, and of course I get on the panel and try to input my information because I would like to represent the part of information that they're not saying that I have, you know. And so, yes, I agree with you. I don't know why I get on the panel and argue with Sabio, so I don't. I will reflect that in this. I don't argue with Devastating. I don't argue with Marley. Identity Withheld. I will get into some information with him. Psycho. I will get into some information with him. Q-Butter. I will get into some information with him as far as I know. But Q-Butter really doesn't engage me. Okay. DNA.
It's the chromosomes, bro. It's the autosomes.
Yeah.
You get.
Now this is what pisses me off.
It doesn't mean like you got half of your father's DNA in you and then half of your mother's DNA in you. That's not what they mean.
But 100% of your mother and your father is not represented in your DNA.
It's the chromosomes, bro.
I said 100% of your father and your mother is not represented in your DNA. They go to chromosomes.
That's DNA.
No, chromosomes is not DNA. Chromosomes are chromosomes. Deoxyribonucleic acid is deoxyribonucleic acid. Now, are they intertwined in the same story? Yes. Your chromosomes carry your DNA. Cool. But you getting 23 chromosomes from your mother and 23 chromosomes from your dad is a different conversation than are you genetically related to all of your ancestors? Does 100% of your genetic come from 100% of your dad plus 100% of your mom put together to make 100% of you? No. 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 There's 50% of your genetics you get from your mother, 50% you get from your father. There's a percentage that you don't get from your mother, and there's a percentage that you don't get from your father. That's it. Let's go.
The autosomes.
Yeah.
You get 23 from your mother, 23 from your father. It's
I
not. Don't
understand
think of it.
That part.
Don't think of it in
That
percentages.
part.
You're looking at it.
Stop thinking in
If you
percentages. Think about the chromosomes. Bingo.
try to,
Now that's where they fuck up at. Sabio says, don't think about percentages, think about the chromosomes. And he's so influential. He's never wrong. So let's just let him drag us down this incorrect path that he about to take us down. Okay.
describe it.
Stop thinking in percentages.
Stop thinking in percentages.
Think about the chromosomes.
If
Bingo.
you try to describe it,
Listen to Corey. Listen to Corey get misled by Sabio. And nobody say nothing.
Percentages. Think about the chromosomes. Bingo.
if you try to describe it using a percentage, you're talking outside of genetics. You're talking about something else, and you're using another way to describe it.
If you're talking about percentages, you're going outside of genetics, you're talking about something else, and you're using something else to describe it. But when Psycho showed his DNA test, that motherfucker had percentages on it. And then nobody say, this shit is pseudo. How the fuck is Ancestry.com, 23andMe talking about percentages? This ain't genetics. This is outside of genetics, and they're using something else to describe it. No, everybody understood the percentages of genetics. But when I say percentage, all of a sudden, Sabio and his ego say, you're wrong. You're talking about percentages. Corey trusts in him, so he goes right down the same road. Yeah, you can't talk about percentages when you come to genetics. Okay.
You absolutely can.
So is there any? You said what, Lance?
It is absolutely dealing with percentages. My DNA test got 50% of my father, 50% of my mother. And then it makes up me to be 100%.
Absolutely. Anybody who knows how to talk about genetics in percentages?
No.
So is there anybody who knows how to? So I ask, is there anybody who knows how to talk about genetics in percentages? Listen to the response.
Something else, and you're using another way to describe it.
Okay, so is there anybody who knows how to talk about genetics in percentages?
Nah, just you. Explain it.
Okay.
Genetics
Nah, just you. Explain it.
don't work in percentages.
Sabio says genetics don't work in percentages.
Genetics works off of your chromosomes. You get without the chromosomes, you have no genetic makeup. So there's no percentages. You get 23 from your mom, 23 from your dad. So right there, your percentage equals 46. You cannot split that up.
Excuse me, brother. Stop talking over me. Stop it. You said what, Lance?
That's a fucking percentage. He an idiot, bro.
Thank you. Thank you. You can't talk about percentages when it comes to genetics. You got to talk about chromosomes. You don't get genetics if you don't talk chromosomes. You get 50% of your chromosomes, 23 from your mom, 23 from your dad. Nigga, that's 50-50. That's percentage. In genetics, you're dead. And nobody sees this. I'm still just some wrong motherfucker. Okay. Interrupting me. I'm not finna do this whole ass dance.
Add up.
Excuse me, brother. Stop talking over me. Stop interrupting me. I'm not finna do this whole ass dance with you. I would rather prefer you just stay out of the fucking conversation because you don't bring nothing. That's me not trying to argue with Sabio. Not hunting him down. Sabio, let's do this. Sabio, stop trying to talk to me. I'm not gonna do this whole ass dance. From my past experience with him, I've learned he don't know how to construct conversations. So when they have panels about comprehension and how do you communicate, Sabio need to sit his ass in the chat and listen. You get 50%, your 100% of your DNA. 50% of it comes from your mother. 50% of it comes from your father. Is that inaccurate? Am I still talking DNA?
Yeah, you still talking, but the way you represent it, like as far as like there's a junk genes or something that's getting tossed away and everything. That's not that part is incorrect. Like how you
Never said junk genes. Never said genes get thrown away. Just said you do not inherit 100% of your mother's or 100% of your father's genetics. You don't inherit 100% of nobody's genetics. And there are some people that you are related to genealogically who are an ancestor of yours that you're not genetically related to. They are not represented in your DNA. You did not receive a trait, a gene, a chromosome, or anything from this person. They phased out as far as wording is concerned. You have a great, 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 great grandfather that is not genetically related to you.
framing it, like you're right.
Now, the whole argument where you can't use percentages, I say, well, is that percentages? Psycho says yes, but the way that you're referencing it, how am I referencing it other than what I just said, which you just agreed with? All I said is you get 50% of your genetics from your mother, 50% from your father. You don't receive some percentage from your mother and your father. How am I referencing that incorrect? That should be agreed on, and we should show the people that we can agree with truth and then move on and develop higher, more deeper, more complex, more informational conversations. But no, we get stuck on my first sentence. You're not genetically related to all of your ancestors. They should have just said true. That's the truth.
In
Okay.
saying, you're right in saying, 23 from your mother, 23 from your father. You got 46 chromosomes total.
I never said 23 from your mother, 23. That's state conversation. So you say I'm right when I say that? No. But what it seems to me that you're trying to avoid saying is you're right when you say 50% from your mother, 50% from your father, meaning you could talk about DNA and genetics, because if that's the truth, Psycho, if you admit that right now, which he just did, I said 50%, 50%. Am I still talking genetics? Psycho said, yeah. Sabio and Corey didn't challenge Psycho. They didn't say no, Psycho. You can't talk in. That's why he added, but the way you're referencing it, throwing them a branch to grab because they going upstream. They can take them with the flow. They already made a definite statement that's been proven wrong. Mute your mics. Let us talk. The moment you said you can't talk about genetics and percentages, you've shown you are not eligible for this conversation. Through the door. You didn't get caught on a definition. You didn't caught on a terminology. Nothing complex. Just a blatant misunderstanding of what genetics is and how it's broken down. How else do you break genetics down if not in percentages?
And yeah, but that's not like throwing away like junk genes or anything like that within like that 50, like within that 50%, that's all your mother's DNA and that's all your father's DNA,
Let me let him finish this sentence.
and together.
Okay, he did. That sentence is incorrect. Let me let him repeat it.
Like junk genes or anything like that within like that 50, like within that 50%, that's all your mother's DNA and that's all your father's DNA.
Within the 50% that your mother gives you, and within the 50% that your father gives you, 100% of their DNA is in that. That's what Psycho just said. That is incorrect. A gene is a gene. A gene is a fucking gene. Two genes don't morph into one gene and then get passed down to you so that 100 genes can be composed and compressed into 50 genes and then given to you, and then 100 genes from your other parent get compressed into 50 genes and then given to you? No. 50% of those genes come from your mother. The other 50% doesn't get passed down. Lilith Revenge, shout out to you in the building. 23 chromosomes. However many acids each chromosome hold, that's what the fuck it is. Now there's like a very like 250,000 genes that you get passed down, but that number doesn't change. That's how you get Down syndrome, from having too many chromosomes, too many the same DNA, the same genetic link. That's how you make retarded babies. That's why you're able to sleep with cousins that don't have the same genetic makeup as you, and y'all baby come out healthy. And then you sleep with a cousin that has the same genetic traits as you, and you fuck them up.
And together it makes up your DNA.
Yeah, I
Okay.
feel like if you just explain what you mean, it'll make more sense.
This motherfucker Corey must have just woke up. This nigga said, yeah, I feel if you explain what you mean, it'll make sense. Motherfucker, I did. What am I up here saying? Did I get up here and say paint boats red and get a blue sail and make sure the trim is white? Genetics? No. I said you're not genetically related to all your ancestors. You get 50% of your genes from your mother, 50% of your genetic makeup from your father. Some of that genetic makeup from your father and mother is not represented in your genetic makeup. Game over.
Genes or anything like that within like that 50, like within that 50%, that's all your mother's DNA and that's all your father's DNA, and together it makes up your DNA.
Yeah, I
Okay.
feel like if you just explain what you mean, it'll make more sense.
I have.
Oh,
I said you get 50% of your mother, 50% from your mother, 50% from your father. So there's information in your mother's genes that wasn't passed down to you, and there's information in your father's genes that wasn't passed down to you. You
No,
have about 20 to 30% from your grandmother on both sides, 20, 30% from your grandfather, making up 50% from each set of parents in some ratio, 70, 30, whatever, 20, 30, whatever it is. So there's a percentage of your grandparents that don't get represented genetically. Genealogically, sure, but genetically, that didn't make up your DNA. And as you go back, there's more and more people without having more and more DNA added to you. Still have the same amount of DNA. So less and less people are being represented genetically through your DNA. There are ancestors that you didn't inherit genetics from that won't show up in your DNA test. Remember that statement. Now that's my next definite statement. Okay? It's testable, right? We can research it. Ain't no spookiness in it. Nothing. Let's go. Let's take that back. There are ancestors that you didn't inherit genetics from that won't show up in your DNA test. There are ancestors that you
how is that possible?
there are ancestors that you did not inherit DNA from, and that will not be represented in your DNA test. What I said. Okay. Let me get that. Because I like for y'all to see the chat. I like for y'all to see the because that's where and y'all know me. I let the chat be the chat. The chat could definitely be the chat. Let me see how I can get this back. Boom. Okay. The chat can definitely be the chat. But the chat represents what the panel places out, right? You can tell the echo chamber by its chat. Because soon as you come in, if you say something that they know one of these niggas gonna get on, The chat don't get on you. They don't say, "Oh, that's an interesting statement. I wonder what he means by it." Nope, they say, "Get this nigga up out of here." It's a lynch mob. That's why Sabio always run to the chat. Do y'all hear him? Why the fuck is you talking to them? Because you rallying the troops. Get your pitchforks and your lynches. It's time to get Suave up out of here. All right. Your DNA test. Let me take it back. That you did not. There are ancestors. Look in the chat right here. Roychis says Suave is wrong. Statement right before that says chromosomes are different than DNA conversations. Chromosomes only come into parenting. Outside of parenting, the DNA conversation can still go on. Genes will be recessive or dominant. But says Suave is wrong. I would like to know what sentence I was wrong on. And look at Sabio in the chat. I know, Roy. This nigga's a hoe. He's the reason. He's one of the reasons why I said echo chamber. Because he goes down there in the chat and attacks people in the chat and rally the motherfuckers that agree with him. He don't know how DNA works. Did you see? You see that sentence down there? He don't know how DNA works. That's Sabio. It's Sabio Robinson. That's the dude E. Sabio, the coach of Ultra Assassin, on the panel. The one that said you can't talk about genetics and percentages. And then proceeded
Right.
to talk about genetics and percentages. Goofy. What'd you say, Lance?
Idiot. No, I told you he's an idiot, bro. And DNA is in the chromosomes.
Yes. 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 But the amount of DNA that you receive within them chromosomes does not hold 100% of each one of your parents' genetic information.
Absolutely. Absolutely true.
Okay. So
and
now,
you can inherit DNA or chromosomes from your parents that make you look a certain way. You can inherit chromosomes that might give you disease or might make you strong. It won't be in your brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying? You might be able to run longer than your brothers and sisters because your genetics is different because of what was chosen to make you from the
yes.
chromosomes of each parent.
And also, and here's something else for y'all to kick in the nuts. You inherit memories from your genes.
That's true. Hey, look, I was burnt by hot water I told you this. I was burnt by hot water at age 11. Hot water all on my face, chest, had a keloid on my chest, right? When I had my son at age 24, this nigga was born with with a birthmark the exact same shape as my keloid on my chest. Then, so a couple of years later, I seen a little ad, and it said it had a man and a son holding their hand out, and it showed that the father lost his finger at age 10, and his son was born with a short finger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that too. I saw that
What
story.
up, bird?
And don't get it twisted, pointing in the wrong direction, misconstrued or fucked up at no percentage. Oh, man is definitely in the building. Shout out to the big bro. It's good, guys.
So with the bam.
You already know, man, holding it down. Off today so I can catch a stream.
That's what it is. What's up, Lance?
What up, Goldie?
Now, my
Okay.
next definite statement was there are ancestors that you're not genetically related to that won't be represented in your DNA test. Check out the response from the DNA crew. Ancestors that you didn't inherit genetics from that won't show up in your DNA test.
How is that possible?
How is that possible? Breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. Not for him to say, explain that, which is, I'm talking about the literal words, right? Because that's what he's telling me, explain that. But the words he used was, how is that possible? Which means it's impossible as far as he knows. It's impossible. Not difficult. Not challenging. Impossible. How is it possible that you have ancestors that you're not genetically related to that won't show up in your DNA test? How? Okay.
if
Because-
you just said like yourself, right? You, half your DNA comes from your mother, half your DNA comes from your father. Your mother and your father had half their DNA come from their mothers and fathers, and so forth and so forth and so forth. And so by the time it gets to you, you have a huge collection of all these DNAs being passed down through your lineage, and that makes up you.
now, shout out to my brother, Psycho. The conversation is not right. Just you get 50%. A person gets 50% of their DNA from their parent. The conversation is how much of their parents' DNA went into that 50%. Because right now they're represented as if 100% of your mother's DNA goes into the 23 chromosomes she passed you, and 100% of your father's DNA go into the 23 chromosomes he passed you. And now somehow, instead of doubling in genes, they reduce down to the same amount. The number of genes never changes. Let me look that up right now. How many genes do one person have? And another interesting fact is all humans have 99, over 99. All humans have 99.9% of the same genes. All humans are 99.9% genetically identical. Identical. We're only talking about 0.5% of your genes in this conversation. The genes that get passed down from your parents is only about 0.5%. 99.5% of your genes are a copy of everyone else's. And they don't know where they came from. They don't know the origin of these genes. Whether you're white, black, Asian, Hispanic, Arab, you have 99.9% of the genes that I got.
That's right. The same genes that say you gonna have 5 fingers and 5 toes,
And
2
grow
eyes,
nails and
1
grow
nose,
hair.
2 ears,
Yes.
grow hair. All those genes is identical. They might be, different. They the same type of gene, but different. Like the gene that caused white people to grow hair like them, we share the same grow hair gene, but our genes is different.
Okay. So
The
right
program
here from Medline Plus, it says it's estimated. Well, let me start from the beginning. In humans, genes vary in size from a few hundred DNA bases to more than 2 million bases. An international research effort called the Human Genome Project, I think we all heard of that, which worked to determine the sequence of the human genome and identify the genes that it contains, estimated that humans have between 20,000 and 25,000 genes. So, all humans have between 20,000 and 25,000 genes. Okay, that's a lot of genes. I think I said 250,000. Kind of exaggerated, but 20,000, 25,000. It's not 23 chromosomes with 1 gene in each chromosome. Between 20 and 25,000 genes. Now, genes are an object, not a thought, not an energy. If you get 20,000 genes from your mother and 20,000 genes from your father, that means you have 40,000 genes, making you more than human. So there are genes in your parents that you won't receive. And so far back and so forth, so forth, and so forth. To the point where there will be some people that you're related to, you haven't received 1 gene that was passed down. Okay. See back to this. Yes, you have a huge amount of DNA, but not all the DNA that was ever included in all of your ancestors. Because like I say, There's information in your mother's genetics that you don't get. There's information in your father's genetics you don't get. Your parents didn't get all the genetic information from their parents.
What information are we talking about? That's why this the part that I'm getting confused at. Like, what information are you talking about?
That's why. Yep.
I'm talking about genetics. I'm talking about. It breaks my heart. I say you don't get all the genetic information from your mother and father. And Psycho says, "What do you mean information?" As if we're talking about emails or text messages. We're talking about genes. What information do you receive from genes? What information is transferred from human to human through their genes? Not the information on Tupac Biggie case. Your genetic makeup. Making this more of a complex situation than it needs to be. So let's see how it goes. The genetic makeup that make up your DNA. You didn't receive 100% of that information from your mother nor your father.
So you using the word information. That's what's confusing me because you're saying information.
Not being specific. That's why I said if you just explain what he means, but he said he already did. So all right.
Genetic information not being specific.
No, nigga, because there's other types of information, bro.
But this motherfucker said no, because there's other type of information, bro. Roy Chet says in their chat, swab is referring to attributes only and not chromosomes. So he means there are attributes from some of your grandparents and other ancestors' attributes. Genetic information that I'm talking about is the gene expression that you share with your ancestors, the representation of them in your genes. If you're African, if you have ancestors in Europe, if you have ancestors in Asia, that information is passed down through your genes, and they say, well, this gene originated in Asia, so you're Asian. This gene originated, and there's a trick to that, because they're not going off of origin. No. See, and that's a whole nother conversation of why DNA is bullshit. They're not just going off of origin. This is where this gene originated. The first person who had this gene was here. Shout out to Tequila in the building. No.
Because we got migrations of people, and they're testing people in lands that migrated to those lands and got the people who taking the DNA test thinking they from those lands today.
That's a fact. If a gene is known or has the highest numbers in Europe, they're going to call it a European gene. Even though it originated in Africa, conversation is fucking over with. Why? Because the first human was from Africa. Now tell me this. If the first humans originated from Africa, how do you get a gene that doesn't, a genetic makeup, that doesn't represent that? That proves all your ancestors don't show up in your fucking test. And we're going to get there in this conversation. But if the first humans, and they were there for a long time, hundreds of thousands of years before leaving, hundreds of thousands of years before another person popped up on this planet, before motherfuckers started becoming white, Asian, Arab, Mexican, there was a unification in humans, all Africans. Now, how does a white person come out 100% white if the first human originated in Africa? Because they have ancestors that's not represented in their DNA test, which shows a glitch in the matrix. Shows a glitch in the matrix. How are you saying everyone you related to shows up in your DNA test, but white people don't get told, yeah, you had an African great. All right, so let the conversation go. Shout out to Melanated Goddess in the building. She says your most recent, in parentheses, 600 years, definitely do show up in genes, though. Not all of them. Not all of them. Once you get, especially 600 years ago. 600 years ago is when the drop off hit. 400 years ago is less. 400 years ago is less. So there are some slaves that you're not genetically related to. They got phased out. You do not receive a gene from them, even though you're related to them. 600 years ago is like your what? If a generation is 35 years, 600 years ago is about 20 generations, 19 generations, 18 generations. A lot of those people will not show up in your DNA test. You do not receive any genetic information from them. Not one gene that they passed down got passed down to you. Okay. But I'm not talking about nothing else but genetics.
Okay.
Oh my God. All right. This is why I be on mute half the time.
No, but people say information, it's starting to sound like an intelligent design argument, and that's going somewhere else.
And that's when I realized, oh, you think I'm here to prove God. I believe in the creator, okay? Simply off the fact that humans come from humans. Something had to create the first human. If it was the process
Somebody
of
made the first nigga.
Huh?
I said, that's right. Somebody made the first nigga, bro. And the nigga didn't make himself.
And even if you say that come through evolution, humans came from an ancient ape.
Right, a species that we no longer show in our characteristics.
A species that we no longer show in our characteristics. An animal that doesn't even exist no more. Shout out to Rogue C in the building. Can y'all please hit that like, please? I appreciate y'all presence. I really, really do. 3
Appreciate
purple
all
hearts
y'all coming
back
through.
to you. Even if you say evolution, how do you get living matter out of non-living matter? How do you get matter? How do you get space? How do you get existence if something didn't create it? Now, I believe we've been cut off from that information. There is no book telling us that information. But I know that the Bible took on this interpretation. The Quran extended it. Different books, the Vedic explained by Vishnu. I don't think they got it right. So I'm not pushing any type of intelligent design. My initial statement was, you're not genetically related to all of your ancestors. I said, there's some genetic information you don't get from your parents. I said, there are some ancestors that you're related to that you did not inherit any genes from that would not be represented in your DNA test. Those are the statements that I should begin to agree with, but instead, it sounds like intelligent design. When I never argued intelligent. I've never, ever argued intelligent design. I never said, look how perfect stuff is. Somebody had to make it. It's mathematics. I never said none of that. Okay.
People say information, it's starting to sound like an intelligent design argument, and that's going somewhere else.
Wow. So I said genetic information and the spooky monster popped up. That's crazy.
Well, when you talk to intelligent designers, that's what they talk about. They say, information, and that's why I'm asking you to be a little bit more specific so people don't get confused. I don't get confused. Like we can, because I don't want to say you're saying something that you're not saying.
The deoxyribonucleic
It's fucking information still.
Biotic. That's why I say I don't see how I get confused. I use words, they confuse me. I said genetic. The other time I was on a panel, I said, how do you get living matter from non-living matter? And they said, what the fuck is living matter? They got confused. The whole panel. Nobody said, no, what he means by living matter is just, everyone was either quiet or saying, what the fuck is living matter? Never heard those words together. Then later on in the conversation, we was looking for some type of information. I pulled it up, and within that information, guess what it said? Living matter. So it's a scientific term that you've never heard of. Not only that you didn't hear of, but that you were like blown away that I even used it. And I hate that we're so responsive to phrases. When somebody come up there and say a word or a phrase, like, what did you just say? Motherfucker, come off a mic. What? Man, damn. Jesus Christ says, check out this video. It's about lifeless matter. It's a living matter. Okay, I'll check it out. But even so, yes, there was a creation that happened. Existence was created. Time was created. I mean, space was created. And elements, matter, was created. Science
Yeah,
can't
everything made of
explain.
the same shit. All living material is made up of the same shit. That's why when you do a DNA test on a pig, it shares some of the same fucking genetics as humans. Where you need a place where the heart go. The heart got to connect. The blood flow got to connect to the lungs. To you gotta have a brain. Like all of this shit. That's genetic information.
Yes. So if matter exists, if space exists, if existence is a thing, a creation happened. I'm not here to tell you I know what happened. I don't think no one knows what happened. And science abandons that conversation. Science goes right out the door when it comes to that shit because science has a method in which you observe something. So how the fuck can you explain something that is impossible to observe, which is whatever the fuck was before space and matter? Whatever was before existence.
Respect, Buddha.
Good
What's
point.
up?
There's no way to observe the creation of existence. No way. You can say because the bodies in space are moving away from each other, they had to come from one central point and get pushed out. But now science is saying these bodies are slowing down when the story was just these bodies are speeding up. So they assume that there's a larger object that is pulling us through gravity. But now they say the bodies in space are slowing down. So that goes out the window.
You should take
So
gravity and the globe Earth with it, nigga.
cool. But I'm not talking religious. I'm not talking God. I'm not talking the creator. I'm talking genetics.
Say you're saying something that you're not saying.
The deoxyribonucleic, not rabiotic,
Mm-hmm.
the deoxyribonucleic acid. Not an intelligent designer, not God, not Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
The information that goes in there that you get from your mother and your father, you don't inherit all the information they have. You don't.
What as far as I'm like, what do you mean you don't inherit all the information? Like as
Can you
far as
give
like,
an example of what you don't inherit? Like what do
yeah,
you
like
mean?
that exactly. That what is it that that you don't
Don't
inherit?
inherit certain genes that they have. The gene. The gene
Are you going back? Because I could have sworn it's like the second, third time I heard you say that.
that I had to reiterate it. All because, well, obviously they're hitting a wall of some kind, and that motherfucker might flex into a tube and spit them back out at the beginning, but they hit something.
Which is totally understandable when we start having conversations from a perspective that we don't normally have. You know what I'm saying? Because
Absolutely.
now you taking what's in the books and saying, you know what, let's go deeper into that. You know what I'm saying? Like, because like H.T. Bard is talking about, he said a lot of science is based on theories. So what you doing is choosing to dive deeper into these theories. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you know, like you said, it's a wall being hit to the point they have to ask the question, like, what? You know what I'm saying? Like, and we often go through that. I know Lance go through that shit a lot because he always thinking outside the box type of shit based on what's being presented. So, yeah, that's how that shit is.
Them niggas can't do that, dog. They don't have the wiring to do that shit.
But you know, that's the that's the complexity of always looking for a fallacy. You know what I'm saying? Or trying to stick within the realm that you done been given as fact.
Right.
Like you know, but even with that, to me, you would never take the time to understand what's possibly, you know, the information like he talking about this in your genes. Like there's certain things that's being expressed through your genes naturally from us existing right now. But if you never allow for that information to flow, you only go off of what these books tell you, you missing out on a whole bunch of information that's naturally ingrained in you. That's
Right.
gonna be expressed. You know, genes have expressions, right? So that expression ain't limited just on you walking. You know what I'm saying? You looking the way you look. There's certain information that's gonna be expressed by way of you allowing yourself to communicate with other people. But if you block your mind off in a certain way that it's like if it ain't in the science book, it's certain information that you hold in your genes lands, you hold in your gene swab that if we never allow you to explore, we not gonna know. You know what I'm saying? And that's the reason why we know the shit that we do know, because somebody allowed these people that we put in the science books to explore the thoughts that came to their head, and we later allowed them to, you know, go through the laboratories or whatever to express this by trying out their theories to later on become what we put in the scientific studies. Like, and now we at a point where we like we don't want to do that no more. We just gonna stick with what's already in.
Consider this. Each one of us have some type of extra senses, and it's no science for it. It should be taught to us. There's nowhere in the world I can think about Goldie. I ain't seen that nigga in months, and I think about him, and then he called me. Or I think about somebody that I ain't seen in years, and I see them at the motherfucking grocery store. I was just thinking about their ass the other day. You know what I'm saying? The fact that I'm able to express that, like, we can relate to these things, there's no science. That's a gene expression.
Yeah, that goes into a lot of other conversations, right? The most obvious one, coincidence, which you could break down. But then we go to the other conversations about time, right? Because they say time is like a wave. And the way in which we exist in this physical realm, affected by the waves of time, something could be happening on that time wave that you get a sense of now. And either it happened already or it hasn't happened yet, but through that wave of time and the relationship that your cells have with time, you're able to like get a sense some type of experience, whether it's like the thought or a smell. You know, sometimes you might smell your great grandmama house. You know what I'm saying? Out of nowhere, like, damn, what the fuck was that? You know? Which all is like,
It got to
you
be
know,
genetic. It got to be wired for you. You got to be
very
wired
questionable.
to
I
treat
won't make any definite statements about your genetics being related to that. And I don't know. It could have been a coincidence. I don't know. It could have been you experienced something on a certain wave of time. Let me see. AC Baldwin says you don't inherit all genes from each parent. You get a little from each parent, and the rest is uniquely you. Um, I wouldn't say uniquely. You get 50% of your genetic makeup from your mother, 50% from your father. So the genes that are in you existed in your parents. Okay, the genes that's in
I
you.
get what he's saying though about uniquely though.
What is he saying?
like it's not going to ever be another you. An exact duplicate of you is unique for you to look like you do.
No, I'm
For
saying
those
he's saying
things,
you get a little from each parent, meaning the genes. You don't inherit all genes from your parents. You get a little of your genes from each parent, and the rest of the genes are uniquely you. That's where I disagreed at, because you don't have a unique gene. Your gene came from your parent, all of them. You know, they didn't give you
yeah, you know what? I get what you're saying, but if we can look at it like numbering, like 1, 2,
the
3, 4,
genetic
5.
makeup. The makeup of your genes is uniquely you.
Yeah, that's what I thought
No
he was
one
saying.
else would have all 20,000 to 25,000 genes identical to you unless you're a twin. And even in that instance, things might not be identical. But yeah, it's not like one or two genes just made you. I wouldn't even know how to explain that. You didn't birth a gene. You know what I'm saying? It's just that genetic makeup.
The sequence.
Yeah, that sequence is unique to you. But I don't know nothing about having any unique genes to you. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. Because I know they say, well, the first person to have this gene. So where the fuck that gene come from? If this was the first person to have that gene, then that's definitely a gene that's unique to them. The first person to have the R1B1A gene, it was unique to them. So I guess you can have a unique gene because new genes are born, and I guess we can get into how they're born. So yeah, I now can see you can have a unique gene. I can't say 100% agree with the 5150. Okay.
Hey, yo, you know what? I just thought about something. What about people who originated, like just say I originated Africa and then I move out to Alaska and birth a couple of generations. Don't you think environment can have an effect on gene development?
Let's see.
Pretty sure. That's what the real evolution of humanity is, adaptation. People who spend time in the water, they skin adapt to the water, and then they make babies whose skin adapt to the water.
It says environmental factors often influence traits independently of genes, but not always. Sometimes, and this is from Learn Genetics Utah. .edu. Sometimes the environment changes a gene, either its DNA sequence or its activity level. So I don't see it saying it makes another gene, but it can change where your gene is positioned at, or change how responsive it is, how its activity level was how they
Yeah. So if it's a fucking nuclear fallout and a whole bunch of people die, but only a few people survive, they body adapt. They start making babies that is either going to be a mutation or it's going to be a adaptation.
Yeah, but I don't think you need a new sequence. I mean, a new gene for that. Shout out to Moonflower. Shout out to the sis. Make sure y'all subscribe to her. Peace to you. I don't see that creating a new gene. I see it like it's saying, changing its necessity, meaning it moves in its sequence, meaning it has less effect on you. You know, the necessity for long hair, the necessity for brown eyes, or the necessity for your wisdom tooth, the necessity for the little thing in your wrist that they say is evolution, it's a mutation, all of that shit. So man, but adding another one, I don't know. Okay, so now, and the reason that, to what Goldmine was saying, I call it critical thought. I mean, we call it critical thought, right? Being able to take in so much information and where science doesn't explain, we don't wait on science to explain. We theorize ourselves based off things we observe and things that are factual. And we say, well, if we observe this, then it's a fact that this happened. Ain't it possible that this could be one of the solutions? And they be like, no, science don't say that. What? So you got to wait on science for you to science? You got to wait on science for you to science. They ain't gave you a script yet.
They show you how to do it?
Yeah. Like, that is crazy. Turning on or turning off certain genes based on natural selection. Okay. The universe will show you things and will send you signals and messages if you're paying attention. Whatever that looks like, cool. I will, yes, I believe our body have a relationship with the earth. The earth will have a relationship with the universe. Therefore, we have a relationship with the universe. Cells are cells. Atoms are atoms. Everything is made of atoms. All atoms have a relationship with each other. Boom. Okay, but yeah, you know, I like the critically thing, and to be like, a lot of the people on these panels are educated and have access to books that they claim they read, and you know, are having the deeper, more complex conversation than I'm having anywhere on this. They're talking about DNA on this panel more than I talk about DNA any time in my life. So when I come over here and I ask a simple question like that, I expect for it to be, yeah, we agree, or no, we disagree, and this is why we disagree, and then it makes sense to me, and I say, okay, cool, I get it. But when the conversation goes straight into, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Oh, I'm confused when you use the word information. You can't talk about DNA and percentages. It's chromosomes. When stuff like that start happening, it's like I think somebody's fighting to admit the obvious. And the obvious was my initial statement. You're not genetically related to all of your ancestors. That's the obvious. And they should have been like, no, duh, you didn't know that? You didn't know that you weren't related genetically to all of your ancestors? It's a panel on Q Butter channel called Determining the Level of Education Required for Black Youth to Function in Society. Yeah, that should have been how that conversation went.
But hold on, Swab. Let me say this. You had to inherit from your father's ancestor for you to have two eyes.
You don't know where that information came from. That's nothing. Like I said, that's that 99.5% that is base standard humans. We don't know the source of that.
Right. So, and that if that's the case, then at some point, some way, you got to be genetically related because they the ones that gave you the eyes.
Yes. But
amongst the other shit that make a human a human.
Yeah, but you don't inherit because that same first being that had two eyes might have had a horn in his forehead. You did not inherit that horn in the forehead gene. And there are some beings that you are related to, or the only reason you exist is because the birthing process that they participated in, that's the only reason you exist. You don't get any information from them. They're no longer represented in your DNA. So we can say, well, the very first human, we all have a gene from. But if we're talking about something like to have fingers, hands, eyes, that can't be proven. Because the first being that we evolved from, if you believe in evolution, could have had no eyes. That's how it really went. They had no eyes. And then a pinhole appeared. And then through generations, it got wider and wider. And then it got more complex as far as the lens. And then it changed in positioning. Yeah. But like the first being is said to not even have eyes. It was an aquatic animal. They used some type of sonar.
Darwinism. I don't believe in Darwinism.
Yeah, I mean, Darwin.
Go ahead.
Darwinism and things that Darwin said, I can see that correlation, but everything that Darwin said wasn't incorrect.
Well, let me say
Everything in
that
Darwinism is not correct. So me referring to something that Darwin once said, he wasn't the originator of it. He just the one that made it popular. And no, me agreeing with him that McDonald's fries are the best doesn't mean I hate black people. You know, I don't agree with all Darwinism, but there is some factual information within the racism and lies. We're critically reasoning our genes. Man, so when I come on a panel with something I say something like that, there shouldn't be any confusion. It shouldn't have been any pushback to this matter. Things just shouldn't have been like this immature. All right, let's go. They can have certain genes that they got from their parents, but you don't necessarily inherit it. But
okay, so let's
Are you
give
talking
an
about
example.
gene
Let me give an
expression?
example. Yeah. Like let's say big noses fall in line on your father's side, and it doesn't fall in line on your mother's side, and you came out without a big nose. Is that what you talking about? Something like that?
Not to make up phenotype, just genetic tracing. Not saying the brown eyes or blue eyes or this hair or that hair. Just the genetic acid, if you will, that is present in your parents. All of that isn't transferred to you. They will that genetic representation in your acid doesn't represent all the ancestors. I don't care if they make you brown, white, give you big eyes, small eyes, blonde hair, black hair, blue eyes, brown hair, brown eyes. I don't care. But all those genes that your mother had, your father had, didn't get passed down to you. This is not that complicated. It's not that complicated. It's because of evolution, survival of the fittest via genes. Facts. Frogs can be the perfect growth example for evolution because they start off as tadpoles with no arms and legs and they grow into frogs. That's pretty much evolution, but super sped up. I would even say humans. I say what you went through was evolution. You coming from a germ from your father, a seed from your father, a seed from your mother, and then it creates a third biological being, zygote. And then that zygote, it multiplies 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, a billion. And then it turns into you. And you grow arms. And those arms grow fingers. You grow legs. Those legs grow feet. Those feet grows toes.
Yeah, and it's crazy, bro, because you come from something being that small. But here's the deal: you gotta acquire mass by eating, or your mom has to eat to have the building blocks to build those cells. It's like an ant on a chip. If you walking down the street, you might not see one ant on a chip, but you will see 100 ants on a chip. You know what I'm saying? You would notice that. You would notice 1,000 ants. Then that's how cells are. So
Well,
you go
cells reproduce themselves. So it doesn't come from your mother eating. The eating more alongs provide
helps to build the mass.
the energy, the protein, the carbon, it provides those elements that energizes it, right? That keeps it going. But a cell multiplies. Even if your mama don't eat, until she starves to death, you're gonna be growing inside her. She can't stop eating and prevent you from multiplying cells, stopping the birthing process. No.
Yeah, you can. That's why some babies come out smaller than others.
Y'all both saying the same thing from different aspects, though.
Yeah, no, I
Because
don't.
Suave talking about the energy, and Lance is talking about the mass, which is the outer shell. But I get what Lance is saying as far as that, because based on what you eat for the next 30 days, like if you pay attention, it'll change the smell of your body. You know what I'm saying? So it does have something to do with our mass, but Suave is talking about the micro, which is the energy form that allow for this body to even exist or operate.
No, I mean, I guess I'm directly disagreeing with him, to tell the truth.
Y'all always directly disagree. That's why I'm like,
Yeah.
let me bridge this gap, because y'all both right,
Yeah,
but
and
you
you the
talking
best.
about the micro, he talking about the macro.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, bet. But yeah. So these things shouldn't confuse them. Let's go. Who have information that did not get passed down to you? Not saying the ones that make up your
So
description.
if you ain't talking about phenotype, then I'm real confused. If you ain't talking about phenotype, I thought you talking about phenotype.
Do you got like a source or something that say what you're saying? Because I don't understand.
Yeah. Bet. Okay.
Because as far as I mean, I don't know. I'll just wait for the info.
So yeah, I'll put it up. But so as I read, if you go back to, let's say, your 6th generation, right? Your great 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 grandparents, great 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 grandparents. Y'all still fucked up. You only get about 3% of their genetic makeup from each one of them. So that means there's people that's left out. You get 3% of your 6th generation grandparents included, passed down to their children, to their children, to their children, to your parents, to you.
So I don't want to stop you, but yo, remember where you at. I'm agreeing with that statement, right? So we can move forward and kind of build this shit up. So right, yeah, that makes sense.
Now, what he just agreed to is that if you go back 6 generations, 7 generations, only 3% of those people are represented in your DNA makeup. 90% of those ancestors you didn't inherit any genes from. That's what he just agreed to. That's what I just said. That was based on my initial sentence.
Or you may not have to inherit any of those genes.
Psycho in the building with the black power. That's that shit right there. All capital letters, 3 exclamation motherfucking marks. Don't get it twisted, misconstrued, pointing in the wrong direction and fucked up. Shout out to the brother Psycho Pages. The link is at the top of the chat. Yes. So that's what he just agreed to. 3% of that generation. Alikia in a building. Follow with the R. Shout out to you, sis. That generation, 97% of them, you won't even be able to show that you're genetically related to. How about that? Because you only got 20,000 to 25,000 genes. You can't inherit 100% of your parents' genes, and they inherited 100% of their parents' genes, and they inherited 100% of their parents' genes, and ended up with 500,000 damn genes. That's impossible.
Sense because my son has the same genetic expression as his great grandfather. You know, that's several generations removed.
Dad gang. Shout out to Corey for being a dad.
And that is called gene expression.
So he has some
because he has other
characteristics of your
grandfathers.
great grandfather.
Right. Look at Sabio, man. Look at Sabio, man. Look at Sabio. Itching to be right about something. Sabio, can we talk about genetics and percentages? Because that was your first sentence. You can't talk about genetics and percentages. You got to talk chromosomes, which made Corey say, yeah, you can't talk about genetics and percentages. If you're using percentages, you're talking about something else, and you're using something else to explain it. Damn. So, yes, your son will get some genes from you. Gene expression works like that. Cool. Can we get back to my conversation?
He has other family where their expressions wasn't expressed in that way. Their genes wasn't expressed in that way. So yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's why I brought up the nose comparison. That's what I was saying. Yeah,
Okay. So you agree that only about 3%, you only get 3% of your genetic information from your 6th generation before you. So that means there's like 97% of that generation that's not represented in your genetics. That's what he just agreed to. He said, I agree with you on that point so that the conversation can further on. And look at Sabio in the, gene expression, not DNA. No, we're talking about DNA, not gene expression. Gene expression is related to the conversation, but all I'm saying is exactly the sentence I came in and said that I've been reiterating in different ways this whole time. Let's go.
if you're talking about phenotype,
I don't see
yeah, like if you talk about phenotype, I guess, yeah. If you talk about phenotype, yes, but it still has a piece. You still have a piece of your past ancestors in you, though.
If you talk about phenotype, yes, that means some of those genes didn't make it to you. Another gene made it to you. Cool. Second part, but that still means you have a piece of your ancestors in you. I don't I don't know how that's expressed. A piece, a genetic piece? No. Not a genetic piece. No. But
It might not express. It might not. The further away it is, the less it expresses itself within your DNA, but it's still there.
I'm not talking about your parent having, your grandfather having blonde hair, you having black hair, and your son having black hair, and his son having blonde hair. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about the expression of a gene. I'm talking about the presence of a gene. There are some genetic traits you will never be able to express because you never inherited that gene from that person. Psychopathia is definitely in the motherfucking building. Black power, black power, black power. What's good, big bro?
What's going on?
Your mic sounds nice. You good, you good, you good.
All right.
All
No,
right.
I was just listening.
I got you already. Test, they won't be represented in that test. The 3%.
Yeah, they can still be represented in tests. Yes.
No. The 3% will, but the other 97% won't. It won't.
Huh?
It's
The other
not.
97% of your DNA won't be.
No, the other 90% of that generation, which was the statement that Corey agreed to. If you go back 6, 7 generations, you only get 3% representation of those ancestors. The other 97%, you never received any genes from.
I think that's the confusing part right there. The way you breaking it down. Like when you saying like you get like 97% you didn't receive is it's confusing the way you layering it. I see what you're saying, but that's not quite how it works. You mind if I share my screen real quick?
Absolutely, you good.
All right.
Appreciate
Like
it.
just I get what you're trying to say. I get what you're trying to say. Like I understand what you're saying. Let me make it bigger. But you see, it's right here. I could click on that, but it says right here. Because you transmit only half of the because parents transmit only half their DNA to offspring each generation. An individual's genetic ancestry involves only a small portion of all their genealogical ancestors. Yeah.
And, yes, that's it. Out of all the people that you're genealogically related to, you only genetically related to a small percentage of them. A small percentage.
I will. Yeah, as time goes on, like, yeah, that's why you want to get like the small percentages in the DNA that pop up. You know, like my 0.7 native and stuff like that. Like, you know, as the generations go on, you know, it lessens, but it's still there though. It's there. Like, and like that, like it was never 100%, right? Like you're never going to get like 100% like like well unless you have parent, but that's even if you have like 2 black parents, right? You're not going to be 100% of anything, right? Because these black parents are got their own admixtures, right? Even amongst black people, right? So like you know, you got different types of admixtures amongst black people, you know, East Africa, West Africa, Central Africa, whatever the case may be. So like, yeah, like, but you still have a line that connects you to these people.
What type of line? A genetic line?
Yes.
Like I said, if you're talking, and I'm really not clear on genealogy, because I know that's different from being genetically related to someone. But genetically related mean y'all share a gene. There's a gene in you that was in them. Only a small percentage of the people that you're genealogically related to do you share a gene with. You only have 20,000 to 25,000 genes. So there are people that affected your lineage, but they're not represented in your genes. The 3% Native American or 0.7% Native American, there can be people who come up as 0. That Native American group was almost 0, not represented. We wouldn't have known about them. And I got a video. I'm gonna show the information that I'm talking about. I'm just going into the digression of the conversation. Okay, and point out, you know, just certain flaws in the conversation, you know, and things that, like Sabio. Now I'm horrible. Okay.
Now I'm just trying to figure out what the actual argument is. Like I'm still trying to figure out what is it that you're actually like what's the argument?
That all of your ancestors don't show up in your DNA test.
Well, how is that possible? That's the part. Yeah.
Yeah,
How
because you
wouldn't
don't
they?
receive, because DNA tests look at genes. You only have so many
Mhm.
genes. And if you don't have a genetic marker in common with those people, there's no way to prove that you were related to them.
I just read that a small portion of all your ancestors is in your DNA. So
No,
you
no, no,
do
no,
have a
no.
small portion there.
Okay. Yes. Only a small portion of all of your ancestors, meaning take all your ancestors, only a
Hmm.
small portion of them is represented in your genetics. The
Right.
majority of them ain't represented in your genetics. You never got a gene passed down to you. And
That part isn't true. How
that,
is that part true? Now that's the part that this the part that we have to disconnect that. Like that
okay,
part isn't true.
okay, bet. So let me skip all the video, even though I do want to go back to it. And let me bring up this video. All right. And
Like if I take half of an oatmeal cookie and half of a chocolate cookie,
oh shit.
does just because you had half of an oatmeal cookie and half of a chocolate cookie, does that mean you half of the chocolate you still have an oatmeal cookie and half of a chocolate cookie? Like you don't like it's not going to separate into something else. Like I don't know. I'm confused with where
Okay.
you going with this.
Well, let's see
Because
if this
when you
cracker
say like you like half of it doesn't get passed down to you, yeah, but the other half is only half the chocolate cookie got passed to you, but it's still a chocolate cookie.
okay, but
It's not like something got excluded from the other half of the chocolate cookie that was in the half of chocolate cookie that you
yeah,
actually
I
ate.
really hate this example of the cookies because that ain't how genes work. But it's like, no, what I'm saying is that a gene, the actual gene that goes into the chromosome that gets passed down to you, that one gene came from an ancestor. Each one gene, though, out of those 20 to 25,000 genes that all humans have, came from an ancestor.
Right, but that one gene was an amalgamation of genes, right? Like
No,
it's a gene pool.
no,
Like your one gene that comes from you is a representation of all the other genes that made who you are.
no.
So
Each gene has a specific set of instructions in it. Not it. A gene doesn't learn. A gene doesn't combine with another gene and
are
combine.
we talking about? Are we talking? Okay, so which genes are we talking? Are we talking about the genes that express? Are we talking about expression or get phenotype? Are we talking about phenotype? Or are we talking about
No,
just
I'm
like
talking about
the gene that makes up your fingers and your mouth and all that? Like what? Like
I'm talking about the not the ones that the basic genes, not the 99.5 that all humans share.
right? We talking about the phenotype,
The
the things that
zero
make
point
you up.
0.5. Yes,
Right.
phenotype is in there, but it's not just phenotype. You know, but yes, that part. So whether a gene has information that gives you a physical characteristic, a personality trait, some type of memory or something like that, whatever combination of information that's within that gene, the fact is that one gene came from one person that got passed down to other people, and you got that gene from one person.
Yeah, and that one gene.
Everybody,
And what was expressed with that one gene that got passed down to them? Was that one gene not an amalgamation of the genes that got passed to them?
no, not an amalgamation.
So what
Genes
is
are
that
very
one gene? So what is that one gene?
genes are very specific.
Okay,
If
so let's
if it
say
has
uh,
let's say one gene has, let's say, phenotypically it has one set of characteristics. Personality trait wise, it has another set of instructions. And if you get this gene, you're either gonna have this brown hair, this blonde hair, this red hair. You're either gonna have this serious type of ordeal about your personality, this goofy, comic-y type ordeal about you, or this nurturing factor, this procrastinating factor, whatever it is. That gene came from somebody. There are people who you didn't receive a gene from to get none of those traits from, phenotypically, personality, or memories, or anything else that's in the information of genes. There are people that you're related to that are your ancestors who you don't have a gene. You do not share a gene with them. Not one gene that they had do you have. You do not have in common.
Not one gene.
Not
You
one
say
gene.
now. So where are you getting this from?
Okay, let's go. This is a video that speaks on it. I brought it up. Okay, this is a video that speaks on it. Okay, so let's get into this.
But let's take a look and see where I'm from. So you can see here at Family Tree. Well, let's go over to My Heritage now. My Heritage is saying that, well, I'm 62% English and another 34% Irish, Scottish, and Welsh. Well, that does add up to like
Who is this, by the way?
97%.
Who is this?
This generation, this isn't a problem. Howdy. Where are you from? If you
It's
don't
a
know,
channel called
Family
Family
take a
History.
DNA test. It can tell
Let
you.
me see if I can find out.
But then again,
This guy got a name?
maybe not.
Oh yeah, I'm looking to see if I got a name on him.
I'll listen. I was
always
just curious to know
one
who
to
he
bring
was.
bad news about DNA.
Yeah, I haven't
told
heard it
you
on this
that you
video. I
don't
know
have
they
any
said it
DNA
on
from
other
Charlie,
videos.
and that disappointed a lot of people. I told you weren't related to that Indian princess, and your DNA is not showing it either. That probably disappointed some people. Now I'm going to tell you that probably
go
one
to
of
the
the
most replay
biggest things
part. I'm
that is
sure that's what
pushed
you're
on
talking
DNA
about.
testing
Yeah,
might not be telling you what you think it is. And what is that? Well, every test this generation, this isn't a problem because there's less than 120 ancestors in that generation. But by the 7th generation, you have 128. This generation, this isn't a problem because there's less generation, 120, because there's a lot of overlap. And that's one thing you'll see in several of the companies when they actually map out where that ethnicity they say is coming from, is there's a lot of overlap between those ethnicities. Now, the second issue is, I've brought this up several times before. You only have DNA from 120 of your ancestors in any generation. Back to the 6th generation, this is
You only have DNA from 120 ancestors from any given generation.
Right. It goes back about 6 or 7 generations on a DNA test. Right.
Okay.
Isn't a problem because there's less than 120 ancestors in that generation. But by the 7th generation, you have 128 ancestors. So there's 8 of those ancestors that you got no DNA from.
8 of those ancestors, no DNA, none. You don't share a gene with them. You have no acid that comes from them. None.
Now that's not too bad. That's still about 95% of your ancestors. But when you jump one more generation, back to your 8th generation, it jumps to 256. And you still only have 120 ancestors of those that you inherited DNA from.
So that's half your ancestors that's not going to be represented in the DNA test. That's
in DNA test. Okay.
Yeah, that you have.
Right.
You don't share any DNA with them.
Right.
You got no gene.
No, it just doesn't come up on the DNA test because they only can go back X amount of generations. I agree with, because that I know about that, but they just haven't figured out the way to go back any further than that as of now. But what he's talking about right here is what pops up on the DNA test, which I agree. It only goes back 6 or 7 generations or whatever. That's why when they give you a timeline, when they gave me my timeline, it only went back to the 1700s. It didn't go back beyond that because I didn't have anything from the 1500s or whatever the case may be. Right. So like so the DNA is relegated the way they only, as of now, they only can go back X amount of time. But that can change though.
That I don't know, but because what they're doing is your DNA, they're looking at your genetic markers.
Yes, haplogroups, yes.
Yeah, you share a gene with this person, you're related to them. If it's not coming up in a DNA test, that means you don't have a gene in common with them. I mean, you gain no DNA from them. There's no way to change that. They may find another way to find out if you're related to them. They might go off of another type of acid. But as far as DNA, this is all the information that DNA provides.
As of right now, yes. As far as where they go, yes. Because like 20 years ago, they didn't have this, right? Like as time goes on, science evolves. They'll figure out a way to go even further back. But as of right now, this is what they got.
Okay. So right now, 8th generation, you're not genetically related to half of those people.
What do you mean? Half the people that's on the DNA test?
No, half of the people that are in your ancestry line. 8 generations back.
Well, they can't tell you after that. After that, they can't tell you after like 6, 7
you don't
generations.
share a gene with them. That's my point. They can't tell you because you don't share a gene. If you have one gene in common with them, they will be able to tell you, oh, you had an ancestor here. But the fact that you don't have one gene from these people, they don't show up. That's what a DNA test is. It looks at your genes. It says who else share these same genes. And upon the 8th generation, half of those people will not be genetically related to you. You don't share the same gene. No shape, form, or fashion. You're genealogically connected, right? They are your ancestors, but you don't have a gene from them. You're not genetically related to them. That was my initial statement.
But how are you not genetically related to them?
Because you don't share any genes with them. Genetically related means you have common genes.
So because it don't show up on DNA, that means so I didn't exist before, but nobody in my family existed before the 1700s?
No, you just don't share a gene with half of those people by the time you get to the 8th generation. You're not genetically related. You don't share any common genes. You don't have any of the genes out of the 20,000 to 25,000 genes they got. You don't have none of them. You have a whole nother set of 20,000 to 25,000 genes that they don't have in common with you. You're just not genetically related. You don't have any genes to look at and say, that's the same gene, that's the same gene. No, I looked at these people. They got all different genes. These people got all different genes, but you could be related to them people, even though you have none of the genes that they have.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, let me see.
And so now you're less than 50%. So when these companies are looking at your ethnicity and they're saying that it goes back just a few hundred years, that could be 10 generations, in which case you're only looking at the DNA from about 2 or 3% of all of your ancestors from that generation. Now, all things being equal, it should be a good approximation of where your ancestors are from. But probability doesn't always work like that. Sometimes the long shot wins the race. So you may have had one or two or several Black ancestors if you had ancestors in America that intermingled with slaves at the time. But they may not show up in your ancestry now. So while it shows that myself am almost 100% European, that by no means means that I don't have any other ethnicities that were a part of my ancestors. It's just not going to be able to be found from DNA. And the third issue, and this one's a little tricky one, whenever we're trying to decide what ethnicity it is based off of your DNA, what we need is we need...
He going to ethnicity. Okay, so now let me share this one. Hopefully say his name in this one, or it has it in there. Okay. I guess and it says down here in the caption, it says, you are only genetically related to 120 ancestors. While we may have 3 billion 30th great grandparents, we are only genetically related to 120 of them. Question mark. Okay.
We've seen lots of comments about the 120 ancestors that I keep on mentioning. Where is this coming from? And how we get all of our DNA from all of those different people? We get all people genetically. Now we are still somebody and they had more children, and on down the generations. But then when we add genetics into it, we're not always related to all those people genetically. Now, we are still related to them from a genealogical standpoint, but we don't necessarily get all of our DNA from all of those different people. We only get it from a small subset of those people. Now, what do I mean by this? Let's start with our entire bit of DNA. It is about 3 billion letters long. So we have a limit already. We could not be genetically related to more than 3 billion people in any generation because there's no more DNA than that. Now, 3 billion is a lot. It actually wasn't until very recently, in the last 100 years, that there was even 3 billion people on Earth. Now, when you're talking about genealogy, when you think of 2 parents and 4 grandparents and on back, how far back do you need to go to get to 3 billion? Surprisingly, you only need to go back to about 1200 AD. And that's about your 30th great-grandparents. In other words, you have 3 billion 30th great-grandparents. Actually, it's about 4.2 billion, but we'll just round down to 3 billion to make it match up with our DNA. So you have 3 billion 30th great-grandparents. A lot of those are the same. But did you receive DNA from each and every single one of them? Well, with humans, at least 99.5% of our DNA is the exact same. In other words, there's no way to distinguish where 99.5% of that DNA came from because everybody has the exact same. So we can take that 3 billion and take away 99.5% of it and just look at that limit. So this is our second limit then. And this is going to be about the 10 million SNPs, SNPs, single nucleotide polymorphisms. You don't have to try to remember that. Just remember SNPs. What a SNP is it is a place on your DNA that could be different from somebody else. And if you notice, 10 million is about 0.2% of our DNA. So it falls within this 99.5% being the same, that 0.5% that's being different. So these are the 10 million spots so far that we've found that DNA is different. So that's we could actually tell are from different people. So we could distinguish about 10 million different ancestors. But are we getting our DNA from each of those 10 million? How far back do we have to go to get to 10 million? Well, at 3 billion, I told you we had to only go back to 1200 AD. 10 million, we only have to go back to 1400 AD, only about 600 years ago. And that's our 21st great-grandparents. So at that point, you have 10 million people that you're related to in that line. And if you think about yourself, if you are from Europe, in 1400 AD, there was about 50 million people in Europe. So if you were related to 10 million of them, you could really honestly be related to 10 million distinct individuals from that time period. But did you get DNA from all of them? Well, let's go to the next limit, because DNA has a functional limit. For instance, we have 25,000 genes. Now, a gene codes for a certain attribute, and you can't divide a gene up and mix it with something else. DNA doesn't divide like that. So we could look at genes as an upper limit as far as how many people you could be related to. In other words, if you got every single one of your 25,000 genes from a different relative in a certain generation, where would that limit be? Well, if you go back to about 1600 AD, you have 25,000 13th great-grandparents, or thereabouts. So theoretically, you could be related to every single one of those 13 great-grandparents. But that's a whole lot less than the 10 million 21st great-grandparents, or the 3 billion 30th great-grandparents. So are we done yet? Could you inherit your genes from 25,000 different people? Well, theoretically you could. But as we've studied DNA more, what we found is that when the DNA in our autosomal DNA recombines, when it switches places with a corresponding chromosome, it recombines usually at certain spots. These are called hotspots. And the probability of that happening is much greater in these hotspots than anywhere else. Now, with a large enough group of people, it could happen in almost anywhere along the genome. But these hotspots have hundreds of times greater probability. So for instance, for every 400 or 500 people that it's happening in point A, there may be one person where that swap is happening around point B. So even though we don't know exactly where it's going to happen each time, we have a good guess of the most likely spots it's going to happen. And as you take that information and you run some computer modeling of this, what you end up with is that people only get their DNA from about 120 of their ancestors in any given generation. Now, are we going to see that somewhere? Well, right now, I've had my children tested. I've been tested. My parents have been tested. My grandparents have been tested. That's 4 generations. We need to go back about 8 generations to see that there's some drop off where we have more than 120 ancestors in that group. And so in another 3 or 4 generations, so within another 100 years, the testing companies for DNA are going to have all the data that's going to show how many people you're really getting your DNA from. But right now, it's all pointing to only about 120 ancestors. And that's the difference between being genetically related and being genealogically related. We're still related to that 25,000 people in the 1600s. We're still related to that 10 million people back in the 1400s. And even if there was 3 billion people in 1200, we'd still be genealogically related to them. They are our ancestors. But what makes up our DNA is a much smaller set of that. It's only 120 people. And that's pretty amazing. If you have any questions about this,
So you're yeah. So
Yeah, I
that's
get what you're saying. Yeah, I get what you're saying as far as that goes. As far as the differences between genealogical and genetic, I get all that. I
yeah.
get it.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So it's like even if in a few factors were it's like the first humans originated in Africa. So everyone should have an African gene. If all your ancestors are represented in your genes, there should be nobody who doesn't have an African gene. Because the first humans existed for hundreds of thousands of years in Africa. But yet, like he said, he 100% European almost. No African.
Well, yeah, I know they can't go back so far. He ain't gonna have no. Well, unless he got direct descendant from Africa within like I said within like the last 300 years.
Or it was such a crucial gene that motherfucker never phased out. It got passed down. But likeliness is, it didn't. But yeah, that's all I'm saying. You're not genetically related to all your ancestors. That's exactly what my statement was and is. And yeah, so I'm glad we did get that understanding. And that's why I fuck with people like Psycho. I don't even want to engage motherfuckers like Sabian. I don't. It's useless. It goes nowhere. I don't know what his method of, expression is or whatever, but it's not sane when it comes to me. Moonflower Lands, Gold, y'all had anything I wanted to say?
Hey, Suave.
Peace, Moonflower. Shout out to you and your family, man.
You too.
What up, Moon?
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good. What's up, Psycho? Good to see you up too.
Ain't it?
Peace, though.
That's it. So yeah, that's all I was saying. So when it comes to stuff like you can't talk about genetics and percentages, mute your fucking mic. You dead. Just not getting that understanding of, well, what do you mean? I mean, like I said, it should have been an open and shut case. Like, yo, you're not genetically related to all your ancestors, right? Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. What's your point? Oh, none. They have a point. Right? And like I said, that was my first question. And it gets caught up, right? And then you can't talk about genes and percentages. Maybe if you explain what you're saying, it'll make sense, stuff like that. Not needed. Not needed at all. Just you know, so I that's why I push back at, because conversations should be able to progress and get deeper faster than what they are. Especially when we have people who speak so you know.
When you say you can't use percentages, like as far as what? As far as like
that's what Sabio and them said.
Oh.
Sabio came on and said you can't talk about genetics and percentages. You're talking about chromosomes, and Corey reiterated, yeah, once you start using percentages, you're talking about something outside of.
But they don't. Well, they I don't know who said what or when. I know that people don't like dealing with percentages with DNA when discussing like who's black and who's not and stuff like that. Is that what they was talking about? Because I forgot what the conversation was at when we had it.
Okay, I'll play it right now.
Like what was the like, you know, what was the premise of what we was talking about? I don't even remember.
Yeah.
It probably it had something to do with Aboriginal stuff. Was it some Aboriginal?
No. You know, I don't damn about no Aboriginal shit.
No, I'm saying DNA usually pops up in those conversations. I'm trying to figure out like.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, I mean, I was thinking about the DNA test, right? And I was just like, it won't show, especially black people, it won't show you an honest depiction of your DNA test. Well, not honest. It won't show you a full spectrum of your DNA. It won't. You know, it's.
If you talk about like antiquity, no. If you're talking about something like that, yeah.
I mean, whatever you call antiquities, 1400 ain't antiquity.
No, that's not. But
you know?
Yeah, they usually don't go back further than 1700s. Like they
so
really
with black people being enslaved in America since then, we don't have any genetic information outside of slavery. That's fucked up.
They don't either.
Sure they do.
How?
Because, well, one, because they intermixed. You know, they bred within themselves so much.
Not all. Not all.
No, not all, but
especially when they started going to these islands and shit like that. They was impregnating these indigenous people in these islands for quite some time before the 1700s.
Yeah, but they were still like inbreeding back home, and they actually took DNA tests.
Well, we was doing that too. We was there doing. I mean, it's a dynamic. We didn't have a whole lot of European contact before slavery.
I mean,
we had some, but not in big numbers.
But by the time slavery came, we was such a diverse genetic pool, and we had hundreds of thousands of years to complex our genetic pool. Theirs was much simpler, and because like they
think so. You think so?
Hell yeah.
There's different types of white people. I think like the Irish and the Italians don't look alike.
But that's still a smaller gene pool than Africans. The whole Italian, Irish, European, that's still a way simpler gene pool.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say they more diverse than us, but I'm saying it's different types of white people though. It was some like it was definitely some ethnic mixing going on amongst them.
And another thing is that is because they actually participated in the sampling, right? So they're on record. Like, we don't have a lot of samples from black people. You know what I'm saying?
Well, a lot of black people are anti-science as well, so that got a lot to do with it, yeah.
Or even Native Americans.
They also anti-science as well.
Yeah, it was like 750 Native Americans in the entire database.
Yeah, on average, they anti-science as well too. They got the same thing going on in their community as far as like not trusting science.
Understood. Moon, you want to say something?
Yeah, I was about to say not only that, but you have to factor in the fact that you don't have the same genetic makeup as your siblings, because as he was explaining, when you go through your DNA building process and those hotspots, they build up different genes in each individual person. So while you might be like 14% African, your sister could be 9% African or 30% African. So your genetic makeup is not going to be the same because it's picking and choosing which gene they feel, or not they, but your body feels would survive the fittest.
which is crazy, right? Like that's some super shit. The fact that you could receive ancestor genetic data from an African, and your sister with the same parents might miss that data. They might not get that gene.
But a more like explainable example of that would be like my mom has lupus, but neither my brother or I have lupus. It skipped a generation. But one of our children, her grandkids, may get lupus because our gene pool did not pick that gene from her gene pool to pass down. Like I had a friend whose mother had a lazy eye, but no one who descended from his mother had a lazy eye, but their cousin on their mom's sister's side inherited that lazy eye from her aunt. So your gene pool is chosen when you build your DNA during birth.
Which I could chop up the gene expression, right? But what I'm
Right.
talking about is the complete absence of that gene. The absence of the ability to pass down that character to your child. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You totally
Right.
lose that gene that has that defect or whatever, however they explain lupus or whatever. Yeah, then it's gone.
Right.
But it is. Yeah, that's what's fascinating. So when I look at black people and I say, well, let's take a DNA test, and it's like, yeah, it'll be entertaining, but it doesn't speak the whole truth. And so for people to take it and then make it so definite and act like, well, I have no indigenous American in it, or my DNA is not found in South America, or even the people who try to, the Abo get no light. They just ridiculous. But even in their instance, when they try to place certain genes in certain areas, we don't know if it originated there. It's just dominant there. So if that gene is dominant in the region, it's going to be called that gene. If a gene that originated in Africa, which all genes originated in Africa, where the base of all genes originated in Africa, if a gene originated in Africa, but it's more dominant in Europe than it is in Africa, let's say they wipe this whole bloodline out, this whole lineage, everybody with these genetics, and then they, took their mixed kids and went to Europe, and now here we are 400, 600, 700 years later calling this a European gene. It goes down there. Shout out to the Real Lamar. Shout out to Chan John Zhao in the building. I don't even believe that's your last name, but you cool though. Yeah. So, let's get back to them saying this. Is what I wanted to share. How they brought up the percentages. Oh, that got swooped back into this. But I just wanted to ask this: are you well, you're not genetically related to all of your ancestors, right?
Well, I mean, you got genetic ties to all your ancestors, yeah. Does that make? Yeah, you got genetic ties to them. I'll just leave it at that.
No, I'm saying you're not genetically related to, meaning you don't share the same genetics as all of your ancestors. Some ancestors don't show up.
You have a piece of, you have a piece of all your ancestors, like all your previous ancestors, like that's, genetically connected to you. Is a little piece of them in you. Yes, Paul.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'll challenge that because the way they look, and like I say, if it can be explained, it can be explained. But you share 50% of your mother, 50% of your father, right? So there's 50% of your mother, 50% of your father that you don't share, right?
No, that's
you
not.
share 100% of your mother and your father's genes.
No. When they say you share 50% of your mother, 50% of your father, meaning like you got 50% of your DNA comes from your mother and 50% of your father's DNA comes from them. It's not, it doesn't mean like you got half of your father's DNA in you and then half of your mother's DNA in you. That's not what they mean.
But 100% of your mother and your father is not represented in your DNA.
It's the chromosomes, bro. It's the autosomes.
Yeah.
You get 23 from your mother, 23 from your father. It's not. Don't think
that.
of it.
That part.
Don't think of it in percentages. You're looking at it.
Stop thinking in
If it's
percentages. Think about the chromosomes.
I have to apologize to Corey. You said that shit first. I thought Sabio said it first. But yeah, he said don't think of
Focus
percentages.
on percentages. All right, got it.
You can't talk about percentages. And
if
Go.
you try to describe it using a percentage, you're talking outside of genetics. You're talking about something else, and you're using another way to describe it.
okay, and that's the statement. If you're talking in percentages, you're talking outside of genetics, and you're talking about something else and using something else to explain it. So is there anybody who knows how to talk about genetics in percentages?
Nah, just you explain it.
Just me. You know, yeah, you're dead. You're not in this conversation at that point. You overshot. You know, you should have took a little slower. Whatever the fuck happened, I don't know. But I don't take Corey to be, you know, Corey not one of them people to say, I'm educated. I got Sabio, one of them people that be like, nah, nigga, I know. You know, I went to school, I paid attention in biology class, but then he comes out and say something dumb like you can't talk about genetics and percentages. The goofiness. So that's it. So like I said in the beginning, I want to let y'all know, I want manager access to Q Butter channel. I want to be able to go live on Q Butter channel. So if you can relay that to him, because you probably get in touch with him. If Sabio and Devastating and Marley are able to, and don't take Marley out.
Sabio don't got access to do that.
Oh shit. Okay, bet. Oh shit. That's what's up. That's why he always talking. Okay. And you know what? I've never seen him. But
nah, he don't do it.
Yeah. But if Devastating, who I wouldn't put in there if he don't get into these conversations. That's Devastating. You know, he gets into the conversations. He try to kick me in the nuts sometimes, and I don't know why, because he's always wrong. Man said, mummies don't got skin. Man said, how you gonna test skin from 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago? Nigga, you don't know what mummies is? Mummies don't got skin. I should have got his manager access at that point. That's it. Yeah, I want to be able to touch a broader audience. I want to be able to, you know, rock out. So, like I said, I'll talk to him, and it is what it is. But when I see streams being done titled, where's it at again? How do we communicate words in the Black community? Comprehension versus interpretation. Bam. This is an example. How was I not comprehending? How was my words misinterpreted? How did we get into chromosomes? How did we get into DNA expression? How did we get outside of the one statement that you're not genetically related to all your ancestors? So taking a DNA test won't show you the full scale of things.
I don't think nobody made that claim that it show you the full scale, like as far as like dating back to the beginning of Homo sapiens sapiens. I don't think nobody made that claim.
No, that wasn't a definite statement. But when I said, are you genetically related to all your ancestors, I got pushback. Meaning, if I'm genetically related to all my ancestors, they're in my genes. They're showing up on the DNA test.
Yeah.
So those two,
I mean, they got things. They got guesstimations. This is why I said this thing's still a work in progress, because they got guesstimations that they do. Like they, you know, the whole you're related to King Ramses or related to this, you're a distant relative of this person or that person, whatever case. Like they have these things in place, and that dates back past the 1700s. But it's no way to really lock it down as of now.
They only
like as far as what the scientists they have.
Because obviously, what I'm assuming is they did a DNA test on Tut, and you share a gene with him. You have a common gene. He has this marker, and you have that marker. Maybe in a different space, in a different sequence. Maybe it's less recessive or less active, but you share a gene.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's what I said. That's what I said. It could go back further, just not now. As of right now, no, they can't. As of right now, like the availability they have right now, they can't go past the 1700s with what they have right now.
So that's just was it. Once I think that should have just been agreed with.
Well, I wouldn't argue with you about that as far as like how far back the DNA test can go.
No, just the one
Yeah.
statement: you're not genetically related to all your ancestors. I don't care about the timeline. There's ancestors from your great grandparents that you might not be genetically related to. There's some ancestors from your great great grandparents
Mm,
that you are not genetically related to.
I still think there's a small percent. I get what they're saying. Yeah, I still like when you know when you're dealing with DNA, a tenth of a percent matters, right?
Hmm.
When discussing DNA, like the smallest percentage matters,
Every
right?
percentage matters. Yeah.
Right. So it can't be dismissed. That's why I always get on people when they try to talk about, race ain't real, but they can't show me where all humans are 100% the same genetically when we're not. We're 99.9% the same genetically, which means there's a 0.1 difference between variations of humans, and that 0.1% is what makes up the races.
Yeah.
Uh,
But
so,
that's what they leaning on when they say there's only one race. Because
right,
99.9% genetically related. Cool. But there's a 0.5. Well, they say 99.5.
0.5. Yeah, some would say not
Yeah.
0.5. Right. Yeah.
But
Hmm.
there's a 0.5 that means a world of fucking difference
When talking genetics, yes.
when talking
Yes.
genetics. And like I say, genetics don't just pass down phenotype. You get characteristics passed down to you from DNA. And if you're related to a group of very violent people who were ancient rapists in the 1600s, rapists in the 1700s, rapists in the 1800s, I'm concerned you have a rapist gene. Shout out to Brother Moses in the building. Say,
You say you
fam,
got a rapist gene. If what?
that you may have a rapist gene.
If what? If you got a
If you come from,
European ancestry in your DNA?
no, anybody who raped, not putting it to a race, but yeah, let's
Well,
go.
then most black people got rapist DNA in their
Yeah, we
genes.
can go
If
to
that's the case,
Europeans. Yeah,
yeah,
we go.
most of us got that rapist gene in our DNA because that's how we got that European in our DNA. Most of it, because
That's,
most of the DNA, unless you're talking pretty recent, unless you're talking fairly recent, most of the European DNA that Black Americans have dates back to slavery.
yeah, yes, and we're a small percentage of that. But for people who make up their genetic, make up 99, that 0.5, 99% of that comes from very violent and creepy people. And you inherit their characteristics and you inherit their thoughts or dreams or however they explain that. That memories, things that people who gave you a gene, you inherit also memories from them, shit like that. Yeah,
Memories? You
yeah,
think memories can get passed down inherently?
yeah. It was something I forgot what they called it. It's genetic something.
Genetic trauma passed down. Like
Yeah,
I heard theories about how about why humans are inherently, at least I heard theories that humans are inherently afraid of snakes, right? We have an inherent fear of snakes,
yeah,
and if you find a human that's not afraid of snakes, he had to train himself not to be, right? Because we have an inherent fear of snakes, and that's passed down from for a millennia, right? Long as far back as us being able to speak, like we had this inherent fear of snakes. So yeah.
uh,
So is that you talking about something like that?
yeah, something like that.
Okay.
They're calling it genetic memory, also known as ancestral memory. But I'm saying, let me see, epigenetic mechanisms. Um, but I am seeing it says, but this idea has been discredited by modern science. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
but
It's a theory. It's a theory. Yeah. It's hard to really. It's hard to measure that, right? Like, how do you measure that?
the CREB1 gene, the CAMP response element binding protein 1, CREB1 gene, is a CREB activator and has been found to facilitate long term memory formation. So I guess that's where the is passed down. It says modern research suggests that trauma our ancestors' experience doesn't affect them alone. Some studies indicate that trauma can be passed down to future generations through genetics. With each study, we are learning more about human genetics. So
yeah, I heard the theory before. Yeah, it's a theory. Like I said, it's hard to measure, so it's kind of hard to lay down some groundwork on that. It's a theory.
But it's not all the way a theory because it has been proven to happen within crows. So it's not like it's something that's pulled just from thin air. It has groundwork and background to prove that it is existence.
Yeah, and I seen that in like, what was it? That one thing, man. It's not just memory, but it was like when a group of apes on one continent learn something, at the same time, a group of apes on another continent start expressing it. That shit is blow, and it's like, especially if you believe in evolution, right? Because these animals, they sometimes they show or express certain things that we don't understand, and it's like, well, if we evolve from, other animals, then how do we no longer have the ability, or think we no longer have the ability or possibility to express those functions? Just saying that shit. Just thinking on a very simple basis. That's it. That does go into a lot of my pseudo shit that we were superhumans. You know what I'm saying? We were more impressive humans in ancient times. I think we, I mean, well, even when we look now, right? We say, like my generation has to remember phone numbers and addresses. This generation doesn't. They log it into a phone and they use GPS. We had better sense of direction. You drop me off somewhere, I knew where east was, west was. I knew it was that way. I know I came from that way and I'm going back that way. And then now I be seeing people that get lost crossing the street sometimes. I say, damn, how did you not know downtown was this way? They be like, no, downtown this way. I'm like, that's crazy. But I guess that's just,
I knew people like that back in the day. Some people just got horrible sense of direction. They don't know where nothing's at.
Don't know what shit at. Yeah, but my thing is, I can see that being a function that if you don't use it, you lose. So it might not.
Now the phone number thing, yeah, that's real. Like I don't even remember phone numbers no more. I don't know nobody's phone number anymore. Nah,
but
I lose my Rolodex. I'm screwed.
You remember the numbers from your childhood?
I still remember my old cousin's number that he ain't lived there in about 40 years, and I still remember that number. Yes, I still remember them old numbers.
Yeah.
But I still remember the cheat code to get straight to Mike Tyson on Nintendo. So that's muscle memory, right?
Shit like that.
Muscle memory. So yeah, but like our muscle memory is being, well, in some ways it's being affected, but other ways it's actually being advanced because like my typing is a lot better now than it was when I was younger. Right? I was younger, I couldn't type nearly as fast as I can now because I do a whole lot more typing now than I did when I was younger. Right? Muscle memory, right? So you see it play out in other ways other than what we, other than like remembering phone numbers.
Absolutely. Okay, I want to play this part of the video right here, just to get through the messiness. You're here for that entertainment. Let me see. Where is that window at? Okay, let me see.
Hey, get some perspective on that.
Okay. You gonna take a second one? I heard you said you're gonna take a second one.
Yeah, I want to do you to an individual. Yeah, they can't go but so far back.
Do you got like a source or something that say what you're saying? Because
they won't be represented in that test.
As his great grandfather, that several generations expressions wasn't expressed in that way. Their genes wasn't expressed in that way. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's why I brought up the nose comparison. That's what I was saying. Yeah,
Okay. So you agree that only about 3%, you only get 3% of your genetic information from your 6th generation before you. So that means there's like 97% of that generation that's not represented in your genetics.
If you're talking about phenotype,
I don't see
yeah,
that.
like if you talk about phenotype, I guess, yeah. If you talking about phenotype, yes. But it still have a piece. You still have a piece of your past ancestors in you, though.
But
It might not express. It might not. The further away it is, the less it expresses itself within your DNA, but it's still there.
DNA test, they won't be represented in that test. The 3%.
Yeah, they can still be represented in the test. Yes.
No, the 3% will, but the other 97% won't. It won't.
Huh?
It's
The other 97% of your DNA won't be.
This is horrible.
The other 97% of that 6.
So he's literally taking it as a part of 100.
Yeah, that's what's confusing me. He keeps going back to percentages, and
we need to have a genetics class at this point, right?
We don't. We need to stop trying to teach outside our pay grade and recognize that we can break stuff down in percentages.
Yo, my pay grade is not in genetics, but I'd like to add, you also haven't provided any sources, so you're not an expert yet. Right?
No, never claiming to be an expert. I'm
and
just
a lot
saying,
of the time,
lost on
a lot of the time that's just a people way of diverting to me. When it's like, show me a source on the letter R. Like we can't all agree that the letter R is the letter R. You know, when we ask for sources on something that's simple, when we've talked past this, the conversations that we've had on this panel about DNA surpasses the conversation I'm having now. Like you can't get to that level and not coming to this information. You know what I'm saying? So it's like kind of taking me back, like, but I'm already typing in the source. You can tell how I was talking, how hesitant my talking was. I'm looking at the letters and typing this, that, and the other percentages. Like
because
because the way you're using it, the percentages.
Used in percent.
You brought up percentages. What the fuck?
When you showed your DNA test, it gave you percentages, right?
It gave me yes.
I'm not talking to you, Sabio. I'm never talking to you. I'm talking to Psycho. Okay.
Yes, it showed his percentages and my percentage.
That motherfucker still said yes. It showed his percentages. I'm gonna talk for Psycho then.
I saw my DNA test too.
Did that leave outside of DNA? Did that leave outside of genetics? When they showed them percentages.
Yes, they showed percentages. Yes, they showed percentages.
It hurts them to say that. See how easy it is for Psycho to say, yeah, that's the truth. We talked in percentages. Corey, Sabio, where you at? Because y'all the ones who said you can't talk in percentages. But you get lost?
No, but the way but they didn't use it in the same.
We're not talking about phenotype and genotype.
Yeah, they're not using it in the same frame of reference that you're using. That's why.
This nigga said genome. I said no, not what gives you these colored eyes or this colored hair, just the representation of your ancestors. I don't care if you look like
gene expression. That is called gene
expression. No. I'm not talking about the expression of a gene that you have. I'm talking about the absence and the presence of the gene specifically. I don't care what information is in it. If it's phenotype, if it's any other type of proven information, do you share that?
You're saying any type of gene that's going to connect you to them.
To them. Anyone. There's some people you're related to, you got no genetic representation of. You inherited no genetic trait information cell from.
Big bro.
I
think if I can add to what I think you're trying to say, to make it make sense to other people.
Maya Aisha, Yamaha Alpha in the building. Shout out to you. Yeah, go ahead, bro. My bad.
I feel like, there's nothing that can be expressed that ain't already there type of thing, right? But in certain people, certain genes ain't readily expressed. So then it go down to the child that you might have that look like the uncle, but you don't look like that uncle. You know what I mean? So within that gene pool, because natural selection, they talking about how certain genes get turned on and turned off. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, when they take the DNA test of me, they might not see all of that because they only testing they only seeing in the test all the things that are expressed in me. You feel me? Yeah. But when you get to looking at the full totality of maybe my DNA helix, I ain't really versed in all that terminology, but when you get to looking at the fullness of my DNA helix, what's turned on and turned off, you know, then you can see the possibilities of these things being passed on, you know what I mean? And based on natural selection, you know, each one are gonna come online at a certain time. Like,
Absolutely.
I got 4 kids with my ex-wife, right? 2 of them, they show up a little lighter, you know what I'm saying, than the other ones. And if I pay attention to like the environments they was in, as well as the time of the year they was born, a lot of times you can pay attention to what was necessary at that time to be expressed. But it's obvious that, you know, we as black people got such a diverse gene pool within ourselves. Now, what I do have a problem is I don't understand how we giving the European or the Caucasian its own little DNA. You know what I'm saying? Like, we know that they like a hybrid of some Negro who went up into the mountains and was messing with some animals. You know what I'm saying? So when we get to talking about Homo sapien, they not represented in that other than the fact of maybe whatever 2% variation that makes them pale. Because we know the fathers of them, like according to the Lance doctrine, you feel me? The fathers of them was some nigga that was breeding with them, and over time he got bred out so much to the point that they show up pale. But they definitely wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? They wouldn't be walking around the way they do if they was in their original form. Cause I still believe in the whole little troglodyte, that ape or whatever that somebody was out here having sex with. Like, how the hell we get to a point to where we see these Caucasians as Homo sapien, like, and have their own little gene pool to themselves. Other than some Negroes went up in Europe. So when I hear European, I hear them Negroes that went up into Europe and created that variation.
Yeah, that's what I was saying when it was if a gene is more dominant in an area, it'll be
Right.
classified as that gene. When science should express all genes go back to Africa, so there should be some type
Fact.
of African gene.
Yeah, you said that in the beginning. Hell yeah.
First point, that's gene expression, right? The fact that your grandfather can have blonde hair, you got black hair, and one of your kids got red hair, and then one of their kids got blonde hair again. That meant that whole time, all 4 of you had that gene that could express those things. You have
Right.
you have a gene for red hair, you have a gene for black hair, you have a gene for blonde hair, but
Like,
one
yeah,
gene activated, and
based on his environment and all that type of
what I'm
shit,
talking
gonna
about
make that.
is the inability to express that gene because that gene is not there. A gene
Right.
you
I
may
don't think
have,
you can, pop up with some shit.
yeah, you see what I'm saying? If you never get passed down a gene that creates blonde hair, it'll never pop up down the line because
It
you
shouldn't.
never got it. Yeah, it's
Unless
just
it's a mutation. Would it be
because if
considered
that
a
was the way,
mutation if it did?
it would be considered an anomaly. I don't know if it would be a mutation, but it
Okay.
would be something that is unique, and they'd be like, "Yo, how did that happen?" You know, reset the board.
Maybe I'm not using that word right, because to me a mutation, would be a sign of something traumatic happening
It
or
could be a
something going
mutation because
wrong
I
to the
believe that's
point.
what albinism is, right? Albinism is a
Right.
mutation,
Right.
so it created blonde hair. Yeah, so a mutation. Yeah,
Nah, but that's not how white people got here, though.
no.
No, that ain't what I'm saying.
Whether or not that's how white people got here, albinism is mutation, right? There was no albinism gene. Another gene
And white
mutate.
people we see today is over time of the albinism. Like, they not the first variation of albino. You know what I'm saying? The Caucasians we know today is like a later derivative of
Sophisticated, evolved albino that lost a lot of
just
deficiencies. Yeah, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just the fact that gene ain't there at all. It has no position in those 25,000 gene slots that you have. Because if that was the point, like you could have a child and that motherfucker come out looking Asian because you had an Asian ancestor. And
And
it's
for my brother in the chat, my literal brother in the chat, we not literally stating facts right now. We are theorizing. You know what I'm saying? And if you know anything about science, it's some people that sat around and philosophized what could possibly happen. And at some point they theorized and then went to the point of doing experiments. So we at a different phase. We're not dealing totally in factuals or literals, Buddha. I know it sounds foreign to you, you know, that we ain't just drawing from the book.
Yeah, we not putting nothing out our ass. We're just making shit up. It's based off of things I observed that I consider facts. Okay, where was we at?
I mean, things
expression.
get.
The
I mean, things.
representation of your ancestors would be what you call gene expression.
Stop trying to talk to me, brother.
The further away
You're not that smart.
the further away you are from your ancestors, the less it expresses in your genes. Yes, yes. That's why I got such small percentages. The further down the line you go, right? As far as like when it entered my bloodline.
Okay.
Yo, and you know this is crazy. Sickle cell. I'ma just say that for this genius, since he just.
This is what I'm talking about. This is why I don't even waste my time with such people. This motherfucker came unmuted and said, yo, this is what I'm talking about. Sickle cell. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking
Respect, King.
Sickle cell. The sickle cell gene is what the fuck he just said. My brother, my only brother, my mother only had 2 babies, me and my older brother. He had sickle cell. So I spent my whole life putting hot towels on his back, wishing I could help him while he cried from aches and pains in his joints, lack of oxygen flowing through his blood, was sent him to the hospital several times, which he actually was pronounced dead once and told every 3 to 4 or 5 years he won't live another 3 to 4 or 5 years. The motherfucker older than me. So he's like the oldest sickle cell motherfucker I know. So I guess opportunistic, but I have some type of sense on
What's up, Joe?
Shout out to regular Joe. Fuck what sickle cell is and how sickle cell is passed down. But for some reason, that's just amazing. This is the gut buster.
And to me, what you saying? What's up, Psycho?
No, go ahead.
I was just saying what you basically, or what the conversation that we having right now, is the great diversity that makes us as a people. You know what I'm saying? To the point, like, we can't write off certain shit. Like, you know, as much as we would want to say, man, shoot, if your mom and them never expressed certain genes, you feel me, you won't never have it. There's certain things that's turned off in their DNA that you might not see in your parents. It might skip a generation. Like, that's a scientific term, I would think, too. Like, they talk about the skipping the generations. Like, so we basically discussing the diversity of the gene pool that a lot of people get so caught up when they taking their DNA and don't realize we're not DNA tests totally, but when they take tests on you, they a lot of times are showing you the things that's being expressed in you. You know what I'm saying? The things that's turned off don't readily show up in these DNA tests. But we have a diverse gene pool to where this shit could pop up a few generations later. Like, it's certain people, their parents don't got sickle cell. Their grandparents don't got sickle cell. You feel me? But here it is. We know that this came as something that we developed in areas where malaria was high. So the possibility for that was already in our genes.
Can y'all explain the Eve gene? Can y'all explain that? Or the Eve?
We can theorize on it.
I think we did that. Didn't we? That's like the first female or something like that.
Yeah, it's supposed to date back. Yeah, and it's supposed to be a piece of a gene that people can find that dates it all the way back to the Eve gene. That's 150,000 years.
Yeah. That's why I said when we talking about King Tut, yeah, you could share a gene. They could look at King Tut and see that gene and see your gene and say them the same genes.
So we do still have genes from all our ancestors then. If they can date it back 150,000 years.
No, not all. We can have a gene that dates back 150 years that came from an ancestor, yeah. But not all those ancestors did you inherit a gene from. But one of your 25,000 genes could be a gene that's been around for 150,000 years or older when it comes to black people, is what I believe, because we were around, what was it, 750,000 years in Africa before motherfuckers went out of that motherfucker and started,
So that's the mtDNA testing, right? That's not the DNA test that I took and everything else. They got a ceiling. They can only go back about 6, like I said, about 6, 7
like
generations.
The DNA test.
But that's just that DNA test, because there's other types of DNA tests that can go back further.
Yeah, through the
Okay.
female, because men can't pass down MT and women don't pass down the Y.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw something that said in the wild they can go back further as well. But they don't know how they don't have the technology to do it as sharply as they do with the mother. That's why they
Mm-hmm.
go out the mother. So yeah.
Yeah, but just because you have a gene that goes back 150,000 years, that's that one statement by itself. That don't mean all your ancestors is, because remember, genes don't split and combine. It's not like two of these genes, one from your mother and one from your father, is going to make one gene and you're going to inherit all that. No, that one gene has always been that one gene and will express what it always has expressed. So the fact that you're able to find a gene from 150,000 years ago, that person's father,
So genes don't combine.
no.
I think you mean to say cells or gene. Hold on. What you say again? What you trying to say, bro?
Two genes will not combine into one. No. There's a phrase in genetics which is recombination,
Okay.
meaning it's I guess gene expression. But that doesn't mean those two genes combined. No. A gene is a gene. A gene is a gene, and a gene doesn't meet another gene and make a third gene and inherit all the information from both those first two genes.
I also think a lot of this conversation is hidden in that conversation where they talk about junk DNA and they just leave it right there. You know what I'm saying? So
I mean, anything they can't use, they call junk. That's why
Junk DNA don't get too trapped up in that word. Yeah. Like,
you feel me? I think they just leave it right there, and that's how these other diversities pop up, because somewhere over in that so-called junk DNA is the things that pop up later on that you ain't seen in that family in, you know what I mean, thousands of years, and you're like, where this come from?
But you inherited it.
Yeah, but it wasn't. There nobody explain all this junk DNA that's already being passed down with your ass.
That's why I say anything that's not useful to them, they call junk. It's
And
part
again,
of
this is theorizing for those who, you know, deal only in what the science book tells you. I don't want nobody to get this construed. How you say it's what, messed up, construed, or fucked up.
pointing in the wrong direction. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But yeah, we can't have that, but you only get genes from about 120 people from each generation. So if you go back 4 generations where you have millions of people, hundreds of thousands of people, only 120 out of that generation will pass down the gene to you. We don't know who, we don't know how, we can't predict who get phased out and who, genes get passed on, but
that's natural selection. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they call that natural selection out there. Yeah. So that's just interesting as fuck. But I say I appreciate it because, like I said, when things like this pop out, I do get to, get that old school feeling of researcher. You know what I'm saying? I'm interested in listening to stuff again and pausing the video and bringing up something and reading it, and I'll listen. Those videos I just listened to, I put on repeat. And I just listen to them for hours. It's a 10-minute video. I might listen to it for an hour and a half. Just the same video over and over and over again till I understand that this, that, and the other. I do that while I'm at work. When I'm home, I can put it on and, actually had a conversation with other people, pause it and see if I can find whatever writing on it. Yeah. But it definitely, added a wrinkle to my brain.
Smartest motherfucker in the world. Sickle cell. Genius.
Okay. So, the reason why the sickle cell argument is so stupid is because if you get two parents who have that, what they call it, a hemoglobin deficiency. I think that's like the ability for a blood cell to carry oxygen to your organs and your bones and necessary places, this, that, and the other. Sickle cell will pop up. That doesn't mean you get a gene from everybody that you are related to. I mean, you got a gene from 1 or 2 people that has sickle cell. Sorry. There could be ancestors that had sickle cell, and you don't receive a gene that has that hemoglobin deficiency.
And furthermore, we act like it's literal people in our DNA. We get traits.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There ain't no literal people sitting in our motherfucking DNA. We get traits passed on that can be expressed or turned off.
Yeah. Or left out completely.
Yeah. There's a good chance. And that's what natural selection is all about. Making sure you get what's necessary going forward, depending on your environment. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
hey, that's perfect express, bro, because that's what we were saying earlier. It's like the whatever is the sequencing, whatever determined the sequence, put you together according to your environment.
Start over, Lance. You could do it. Go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, you couldn't hear me? I said whatever.
Let's fuck that sentence up.
Yeah, whatever the sequencing was determined by the need that you was gonna be required to be out here in the world. Like you like, you feel what I'm saying? Like I was showing you, if you was born, if your genes came from your mom and daddy, and you was being you was born in somewhere like Antarctica or some shit like that, you know what I'm saying, Himalaya or some shit, your body is gonna put you together according to your environment.
Right.
Yes. But you may still carry genes that are more fitting in a tropical environment. But the genes that be expressed,
that's true, right?
The genes that would be more expressed could be the ones that suit you to be more of an Arctic person. Cool.
Hell yeah. And you know what else affects it? All these damn industrial type shit, like the buildings that we make, the different chemicals that's released into the environment, that could confuse the traits that's coming out too. That's why you have these different mutations that take place. Like, that's why you got these people that be suing different companies when they put that shit in a community, because it confuses the body. You know what I mean? Whether that's the mother when she carrying the baby, she is inhaling all this different type of shit that's confusing what would be her normal natural selection, because we don't just live out in nature no more. We live in environments that are affected by the different chemicals we use and to make everyday life, you know what I mean, so-called easier on us.
I can see that. I can see and something affecting the recessiveness or the activeness of a gene, where it says for no reason this baby was born with these type of eyes, or this, that, or that. I can see that.
So we saying that like how far back do we? I'm just trying to figure out what you say. How far back do I have to go before I'm not related to somebody?
Well, it gets more and more, but it's like he said, by the time you get to your great grandparents, you have 252 great grandparents.
Right. I got all that. Yeah, but
you can only be related to 120 of those. And sometimes you get 2 genes from one person. So, it's not like you get 1 gene from one person making up 120 genes.
Sometimes you get 2 recessive opposed to, I got you.
So you could be related to less than 120 of those people. But your great grandparents.
That's what I say. Like, how far back? Like, how many generations you ain't?
Seven.
Seven is when it gets ridiculous. It's like you're only getting 3% of the people that you're related to represented in your genetics. But you could go back 3 generations and have half that family, half that generation.
I got you.
Related to you genetically.
So 7 generations. So basically, as far back as DNA, like anything beyond what the DNA test tell you, you're not related to anybody beyond that.
Like I said,
DNA just can go beyond the 7, but what they're saying is through your DNA building process when you were being conceived, your DNA only chose a certain amount of genes from that generational gene pool.
So 120 of your great parents. So you don't got to go back to 1200 AD, 14,
Right.
16, 1700 AD. Half of that family, you're not genetically related to. 120 people from that generation.
That's from 500 years ago. So if I go back another 500 years, I'm not related to none of them people.
I guess it's like 1% or point something percent. It gets very minuscule at that point. Yeah.
Hey, Suave.
You're not related to more than 120 of them people. Now, 120 of them people from 1,000 years ago, you will have a gene in relationship to 120 of those people. So you can still find a gene that you have that's common with people 1,000 years ago, showing that you're genetically related to them, but only 120. And at that point, you got 10 billion people that you're related to.
Right. Just like I said, Suave, before, thank you for confirming.
Put that shit on the big screen.
I ain't no North African. Just like I said, my people ain't from no Egypt. You just said it yourself. I ain't related to none of these people because it's going back about 7 generations. Ain't nothing in North Africa lit up at all. So yes, I ain't no North African. I ain't from Egypt. I ain't. So yeah, I'm more Native American than I am Egyptian. So that's based off your logic off the DNA. So I just wanted to put that part out there. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and step down though. It was
I
real.
can fuck with that.
Y'all later.
Hey, when y'all
All
go live on Q Butter channel? Y'all ain't been live.
They might go live in a little bit. You never know.
Okay,
I'm definitely going live tomorrow. So I'm going live tomorrow. But yeah.
All right, we be there.
All right. No
All right, Psycho.
All right, Lance. I'll house you.
All right, peace, King.
Yeah. So that's easy.
I think Moon was trying to say something to you. Moon.
I was trying to see, Suave, is your email still the same?
No, my new email, my old email got hacked and deactivated. My new email is Real Suave Boss. I'm gonna type it in the chat. Real Suave Boss at Gmail. Suave Boss with one S.
Because I found another article. Well, it's from National Geographic, and they're talking about the difference of like your gene percentages when you get your DNA test, and how during your gene selection it chooses genes from different type of ancestry than your siblings. So that's why your siblings have a different ancestral gene makeup than what you have.
Yeah, it's a very, like I say, it's interesting as hell to me. I can see how people go into other conversations, but yeah, it's amazing, man. Nature is amazing. I say the human body is one of the most sophisticated pieces of engineering we've ever witnessed, man. It's more technologically advanced than anything that I've witnessed, you know.
And Tanjon, to comment to what you saying, like, take this with a grain of salt, but hear me out a little bit. White people don't have the corner of the market on no gene expression. So for us to even think that they could possibly be a so-called white gene, I don't see it. I see mutations of the original gene. And like Suave is saying, once you remove so far from that mud, you can see how a motherfucker show up that pale, especially if they keep interbreeding with each other.
But I say this though, the Neanderthal gene.
I mean, if you want to get him that,
I will.
I don't think they'll like that conversation too much, but I feel you on that.
Africans don't have the
Neanderthal gene, yeah. Most Africans, I say that because some of us done been interbred.
Yeah, by now, yeah. Like
we don't have
original African markers. No Neanderthal. No Neanderthal. Yeah. Comes later down the line by mixing. So you very well may have some white ancestors that's not expressed in your genes because you don't have any genes passed down from them. not in your genetic makeup at all. But very interesting. Shout out to Tanjon in the building. Peace to you, sis. How the little man? The not so little man.
Hey, family, can y'all hear me?
Yep, can you hear us?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay.
No, I do want to say this, and I'll drop down. Um, no, I used to hear people always say that black folks got some white genes in them because they want to go back during the slavery, and I was saying, well, I don't, and I did have my DNA. We had a DNA test in my step grandmother's side of the family, right? We all took a cotton swab. My daughter, I did, and things like that. So when they all came back, it come back where my mother's bloodline is coming from. And so my mom, her mother's mother, none of them had any what you would consider Neanderthal blood, right? And I try to tell that to folks. People say, "Nah, you got some white and you miss white." We don't have no white nothing. Like we don't even we can't. It's impossible. We don't have no connections, right? So it turns out that okay, so my grandmother's mother, she married a tribal. She married a tribe, Crow Indian from Mississippi, not Oklahoma. I hate when they mention a Crow, they always trace it back to Oklahoma. No, trace it back to Mississippi because that's where everything was at. That's where the Crow Indians were at too. They were the dark Crow Indians. Anyway, the indigenous Crows, which was the tribe of my great grandmother's husband's family, she bore children for him. My grandmother come looking all fair skinned and she's very preference looking, but she had dark skinned children. You understand? She married a black man, and basically it came right back to the dark. A lot of dark babies. Some came up with some beautiful wavy hair and stuff, but we're still black. And then my ancestry, it traced all the way back to Cuba because my great grandmother, she's from Cuba, and originally they come from West Africa. So they was shipped to West Africa to Cuba. So that being said, it's a beautiful thing to learn this. But I always said that, I can't really claim Native American like that unless my mama was Native American. And that's facts. And that's all I want to say to that. It's really interesting. And then when you start looking for like the statistics, you could go ahead and start looking and do some graphs. Do some graphs on yourself. And then compare it to like your siblings. Because what if your how should I say it? What if your father married another woman and you say, okay, that's your blood, even though in real life that's your step sibling because your father bore children by another woman. That's not your blood. So you got to realize that when that child is born, that baby's going to have a whole different set of DNA because of his mama, not because of the father. So that's all I want to say. And I understand that now. I'm currently back taking statistics because I want to get a better grade than a D. I have a better teacher now. That's what that was. And we just was doing some graphs on kids and teeth. It's a beautiful thing. I'm not trying to go off the subject, but I'm going to drop down. I just think it's a wonderful conversation to have. And to know your genetics. Yeah, study genetics, to see what rare traces. If you have some European DNA or some African DNA, also study the rare traces of diseases that may have occurred back in your past times to see if it traces all the way back to you, because maybe you think twice of wanting to have any children by anybody. You know what I'm saying? It just just in case that there's some form of the former genetics that's jumping off, that's in the body. You may probably were born well, but maybe you may want to understand why your first or your second kid was born, special needs or something, and you don't really want another one of that. So you double check and make sure, because it could be your wife's genes was much stronger to pull through and have a decent baby. And just stuff. It's fun stuff to do, to look at and see what you can do, and then you really can take control of your own life.
So let me ask you this then. Are you saying a man can have a baby by a woman, and that man won't be able to determine if that's his baby by a blood test?
No, the man can't have any baby. The woman can't. She carries the
I'm
seed.
saying
Carries
a
the
man
genetic.
can have a baby through a woman. And
No. The man can't have a baby. Period. He can fertilize the woman's seed, and
I
she
mean,
can have
the
a baby.
process of the sexual interaction is having the baby. It's having the baby, not carrying the baby. But if a man lays with a woman, that woman gets pregnant, that man and that woman is going through the process of having a baby.
He's not going to have a baby. You got to understand your terminology.
And the word having does not mean birthing.
He can help create a baby, but she's going to have that baby. He's not going to experience nothing near what she's experiencing carrying a baby. She's going to have the baby.
I agree, but all I'm saying is when we're talking about the word having, when we say they're having a baby, is that a baby?
So that's an informal term to use, but she's going to have my baby is more accurate than we're going to have a baby, because he's not pregnant and he's not going to have a baby.
I'm still having a baby. I'm still having a baby.
You're not having a baby. I wish you can have one. Then you realize you'll change your terminology. I mean, especially something coming out of that.
Me saying we're having a baby isn't taking anything away from the woman.
No, it's just an informal. It's informal. It's informal. It's just informal to say. But that's it's not a really. When people say that, it's not. How should I say? It's not really an accurate term anyway. It's like a lot of things is not accurate. We're told things that we didn't know that was inaccurate. So it's okay to say, well, she's having my baby. It's not weird.
Okay to say, yes, I'm not saying that it's not okay to say she's having my baby, because that's a real sentence. But we're having a baby.
But you have to do the genetic testing to see.
It's also okay to say they're having a baby. It's also okay to say that. If you're a man and you get a woman pregnant, please realize you're having a baby. You're having a baby. This is not her going off on her own, and you don't have to pay no attention to it. Nigga, you got a responsibility. You're having a child.
But let's say this.
But you're not carrying a child. You're not birthing a child. Anybody who thinks having means birthing and carrying is just, that's a simplistic conversation. But all I'm saying is that, are you saying that a man and a woman can create a baby, and that man might not be able to tell by blood tests that that's his baby, because the baby only gets?
No, it's not where I'm going at. I'm going at prevention. So if the man goes and does his DNA test and trace back any deformity or a certain disease his grandfather had, or his mother had, or anything to do with the sickness, and one baby pulled through, and that baby's healthy, and you see what I'm saying? Like those type of traces. Would he decide whether he has a bit of that trace from his past ancestry? Would he decide that what he want to, have children with a woman? Not so much have children, but create a baby with a woman. You know what I'm saying? Would he think like, nah, I don't, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm seeing that this stuff came back and it affected my brother, man. I just found out. I don't think I want to have any kids. That's what I'm saying. Before even that, would you do a tracing, a DNA tracing, or would she do a genetic testing? I mean, genetic.
Yeah, that used to be required. That used to be required for you to get married, that both of you get a genetic test.
That was part of the compatibility test, basically.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, they should bring that back to, the reason why I say that is because right now, the reason why I guess they was wiping this out because of money. Like they can use money of children with special, of your babies born with special needs, or there's something going on, because they can do DNA, they can do scientific research on your kids, including harvesting. But
Tejon, don't they do that still when they do the like, I'm not gonna use the R word, but they do a test where they see if there's gonna be any handicaps that could be passed down. Sometimes they don't catch them all.
They were trying to do that with me when I was pregnant. They would want to ask me, and I think I was like 5.5 months pregnant, and they want to know if they could do a DNA testing, and they was going to inject something in me. And I says, I don't want no one injecting nothing in me, because I don't want nothing. You said that this unborn child is healthy right now. Don't inject nothing in me and then tell me your baby's going to be deformed. You're going to have to get an abortion.
I can understand that. I can understand your reservation on that.
Yeah, so they have a habit of doing that to pregnant women, you know, especially women of dark descent. You know, they have a habit of wanting to ask, especially if you're in your mid 30s, early 40s. They want to sit there and question you and make sure do you really want to have this baby? Yeah, I do want to have my baby. What's going? Well, what if your baby come out?
Right.
You know, what if you don't know what you're talking about?
Yeah, I
Because
mean,
if you're gonna,
I think is I think at a certain level it has to be acknowledged. Like, is it prevalent in our culture? No, but I think
no, but let me tell you, they
individuals.
do. I mean,
I
but let me tell you, let me tell you why I always felt that it was important for a man to be at the woman's prenatal care when she goes to get an ultrasound and stuff, because you got to be careful about what they say to you in front of your face when you do an ultrasound and you do a sonogram, and they make you, either one doctor make you drink hella water when your freaking cervix is hurting because you got to go pee but you can't because they need to see the baby into the water, or you can't drink water at all because they have another technology where, damn, I'm thirsty. You know, said as soon as they start saying, "Oh, I see the 5 fingers of toes. Oh, there's gonna be a healthy baby." Once they say the word healthy, that's the done deal. You don't get to tell me, "Okay, we may want to do some tests." No, because I'm not gonna help you to help what you need to live. I want my baby to live.
Oh yeah, that shit is definitely real. They definitely are organ harvesting, and they
Yeah.
definitely use deceased babies. They just don't bury them. They just
And then they steal the blood from if the blood is rich. Okay, if your unborn child blood is very rich, because mom and dad, you know, both have decided that both, I guess their genetics became rich. That baby blood is rich in that plasma. Oh, there's a lot of money in this. We need to try to talk this woman into getting an abortion or something. We need to talk her into, all these things. And then if you don't go through with what they want you to do, then they want to pressure you into C-sections. So these are things where I'm saying it's
we gonna
bigger.
get in C-section room. Talk about the baby heart rate is decreasing. We need to hurry up and get in there and get them out. Like, man,
Well, this is let me tell you the lies behind that. The baby heart rate kind of slows down or skips a beat because the woman is laying on her back when she should not. You're
yeah,
supposed, when you do that, you're supposed to stand up and then use your gravity. You have to learn how to squat and use a squatting bar. If you don't do that, that baby's gonna have a hard time. You're gonna have complications. Then they're gonna say, "Oh, we need to give you a C-section." No, I can squat mine out.
yeah, that's a fact.
So
I think that Black women should have more involvement in the process of which babies are birthed, because I think is we're underrepresented as Black people in this country, period, and especially in medical field, and especially when it comes to Black women in birthing, because that number is so high. I do not believe that it's just they body fucking up. No,
right,
there's
no,
something wrong with your procedure in which you're birthing these children that's decreasing the success rate.
Me and Lala gonna make cookies tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm just finna ask you, how's little man? Not
He's gonna say hi, Uncle Suave.
Oh, hi, Uncle Suave.
hey,
What's up, big
hold on,
man?
Hey, what's up, son? What's up, family?
I know them feet big, boy.
Now he knows how to spell the word advisory. Now he learned how to spell. I don't sit up here like this. He loves to spell big words. So
What's up?
I'm and that go
I like
auntie where she at? Auntie Moonflower's there.
Hi, Auntie Moonflower.
What's up? Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Okay, we're gonna drop down. Okay, I know I love to stay in this. You guys have a wonderful topic. I think I'm gonna use this for my college studies. I think you guys are wonderful. Keep it up,
I appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
You're wonderful as well.
Hey, shout out to college. Man.
Straight up. Hey, bro, I just sent you some. And the reason why I sent it to you is because me and my child's mother, we kind of dealt with and still dealing with some things with my son, right? And based on what the man is explaining in the video that I sent you, I think it's highly important to the conversation we having. and especially when people bringing up sickle cell or things that can be passed on. He's basically breaking down what a lot of these things they telling us is issues within our kids really are. To the point like what they call it autoimmune disease is really a lot of times, just to talk on some regular black folks type shit, is really I know how you like to say a superpower. You know what I'm saying? Similar to how sickle cell is basically a superpower against malaria, right? But if your diet, you know what I'm saying, is causing for that thing that have to fight your diet on top of environmental issues, it can be detrimental, so to speak, as well as if you go in there and let them inject you with the chemicals and stuff. Like, they tried to put my son on chemotherapy, bro. Only for me to have to keep on pushing with and arguing with his mama, because I'm telling her, like, if you look into what chemotherapy really is, it's like mustard gas at a certain percentage to where, you know what I'm saying, it ain't gonna just totally take you out, but it's slowly killing you. You know what I'm saying? The terminology they use when giving people chemotherapy is, we hope you're able to kill the cancer cell before it kills you. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's crazy to try to take that risk.
The HIV, because all the HIV, let's just show what it is. Let's show and prove. Check this out. And they say they're living under Damocles' sword. It's just a matter of when they get it and when they die. But the truth is, they don't have the virus. What they have is a so-called antibody to the virus. And if you remember, the rationale for getting vaccinated is so the body will create antibodies and you'll be immune to the disease for which you have the antibodies. Well, here they've done a switch in their rationale, and now having the antibodies means that you're subject to getting the disease. That's some flip-flop, if you will, but I mean, they don't think the American people are thinkers. They take them for suckers, and that's the way they've been. I want to try to clarify. I have read in some of your literature, one of your books, that a virus is really not alive, but is a dead substance. And a dead substance, why don't you pursue that? All right. Let us know exactly what a virus itself is and whether, in fact, it plays any part in disease. A virus, so-called, is always dead. There's no such thing as a live virus. Even the so-called live viruses means they were obtained from live tissue instead of dead tissue. But viruses, so-called, are actually genomes. A genome is the genetic material. And if you look at a cell in your body, you have about 100 trillion of them. And each cell has a nucleus. And these nucleuses disintegrate when the cells disintegrate. There are lysosomes which dissolve the cell. And of course, they do not do a thorough job, and the actual nucleus of the cell is well protected. And in degenerating it, it may not completely destroy that nucleus, which is the genome for a cell. That is where the chromosomes and genetic material is housed. If it's not destroyed, it just floats in the system, and it's called a cytomegalovirus. But something that most people realize is each cell has from maybe 20, 30 to 40,000 mitochondria in it. Each cell. A cell is a little walled-in city, and it has these residents there as independent forms of life, just like bacteria, an independent form. In fact, they're not.
All right. Yeah. So to the 3 points. Okay. For what Tanja was saying, yeah, organ harvesting is real. There's motherfuckers that drink blood. There's motherfuckers that eat humans. Whatever department you want to take it to, whatever hardware you want to run down, that shit exists. To the tape, yeah, like I said, the body is amazing. You can't outthink the human body. And you can't think you're so smart and intelligent that you're smarter and more intelligent than the human body. and cells. If you could prevent a disease, it can prevent a disease. If you could think of a way to prevent a virus, it already has thought of a way to defend itself and prevent viruses. Just because some people are more susceptible to viruses, their body isn't as intelligent as another people's bodies, then once those people claim dominance or, claim dominance, then their worries become everyone's worries. Their emergencies become everybody's emergencies. Just like overpopulation, it's like lack of water, just like climate change, the melting in the ice caps, the raising of the temperatures. That's not everybody's emergency. That's yours. This is your first time experiencing it. We've experienced that already. Remember, Africans have been on Earth. Then, let me see. The link is pinned at the top of the chat. Okay, it says the earliest documented representative of the genus Homo is a Homo habilis, which evolved around 2.8 million years ago. Apparently, we're homos. Pause. But that's something to pause about. So we fall under the genre Homo sapiens.
You silly as hell.
But there were Homo habilis, which evolved around 2.8 million years ago and is arguably the earliest species for which there is positive evidence of the use of stone tools. So that intelligence links to us, right? So, for 2.8 million years, we, in the form of homos, have been on Earth all while all these catastrophes was going. The Younger Dryas period. Let me see. Let me see. Yes, I meant Earth disasters. Let me see. I'm trying to look up all of the natural disasters that happen globally all through time. We've been there through all of them. Yeah, that's nothing. We have maps depicting Antarctica with no ice. So we was here before the ice caps, and guess what? We'll be here after the ice caps. We just got the numbers. We was able to evolve all the way to Homo sapiens without any of your motherfucking help, without any of your motherfucking worries. And then for hundreds of thousands of years, we were Homo sapiens before we created the first you.
You know something I just thought about, bit, bro? Now they say we natural skeptics. A lot of people don't realize even that term has two directions it can go in. You feel me? Some people use their skepticism to become fearful and become more closed-minded. You know what I'm saying? Whereas other people use their skepticism of what they have been told or understand up until now to broaden what they know by exploring different thoughts or different environments. You know what I mean? To come together as a collective of experiences, right? So yeah, I'm glad we don't limit ourselves just based on what science has told us up until now, because science ain't nothing but the many tools that we utilize in order to know. So you can use the scientific method, or you can use the different theories in order to broaden your horizon, or you can become skeptic of anything outside of what science has already provided for you. So now you fearful of people like yourself that think outside the box. But Just something I was observing.
All right, it did. Let me see. Let me share this. Now, this is the most devastating and deadly natural disasters from ancient history. All right, this is history. It's got history.co.uk. All right, this one, but that's 66 million years ago. The youngest Topa catastrophe. The youngest Topa catastrophe is one of the most supervolcanic eruptions that have shaped the landscape of the Earth. Estimated to have erupted approximately 75,000 years ago, the eruption is believed to have caused a global volcanic winter that greatly affected the evolution of the human race. Located in Lake Toba, Indonesia, the largest Toba catastrophe was the last and most volatile of the mega volcanic eruptions at the site. I bet. 15 centimeters of ash covered the whole of South Asia and could be found as far away as China, the Indian Ocean, and the Arabian Sea. We was here. We was here. That motherfucker said 252 million. What's this? Is this millions of years ago? Yeah, millions. The rest of them might just go back. What's that? 5.3. Okay. This us. Approximately 5.3 million years ago, the wall that had held back the Atlantic Ocean from the Mediterranean broke, and what followed was a catastrophic deluge of water that rapidly refilled the basin. It's estimated that the water level rose as much as 10 meters per day in some places, and geological areas such as the Strait of Gibraltar and the islands of Greece was created. Damn. Yeah, but we've been here, man. So all the emergencies ain't our emergencies. And yeah, to the video gold mine played, the viruses being not being unalive and this, that. Like I say, the body has the intelligence, man, inside of it to deal with what existence is. That's just it. So have more faith in the body, understand the body. Anyone telling what happened 30,000 years ago is obviously lying and blatantly pseudo. But that's not true, Wale. But shout out to you, Wale, in the building. Go ahead, move on.
When we gonna do the alien conversation thing?
The which one?
The alien discussion.
Oh, that. Let me see. Damn, where is gold at? And I can get a couple people up here that actually believe, because my brother Bingo believe in aliens.
Well, I just had a little theory that I kind of thought about, and I wanted to like run it by because it could be a good breeding ground for conversation. It obviously would be a pseudo conversation, and because my theory kind of incorporate, because I see everything as a big picture. So when it comes to like different beliefs and science, I merge that together in order to like put puzzle pieces where some are missing if you only listen to science or you only listen to religion.
Absolutely. Understood. Absolutely understand. Nah. Okay, let's get a taste of the spill.
Okay, so hold on. Let me end this call real quick. Let me back out of this real quick.
Yeah, the article began saying, believe, estimating, guess. Yes, absolutely. That's just the truthfulness in it, right? But you definitely can tell. Your wording was, anyone telling you what happened 30,000 years ago is obviously lying. No. Someone can tell you over 30,000 years ago, this thing happened over this amount of time. That can be completely true. 45,000 years ago, this lake formed over 12,000 years. They can look at the evidence on Earth and tell that. 30,000 years is not that major in the scope of
facts. And while it's not pseudo, because that landscape would be marked, on the ground, and it would give evidence of a prior body of water there. That's not a guess. You take the soil, you test it, you run the test. When you cut down a tree, the rings in the stump of the tree tell you how long that tree has been alive. Each ring is 100 years. It's not a hypothesis. It's something that has been proven prior.
Yeah. So, I mean, people telling you 30,000 years ago on this day, this tree was planted. Yeah, that's different. But looking at the evidence and being able to tell when mountains formed, when, shit like that.
Right. But okay, so the pseudo conversation. So okay, so if you look in like old Jewish texts, right, and when you translate in the original text of the Bible and everything, when you're translating the words, you are in Genesis and you have God referred to as the God that's creating light and the grass and the lands and the earth, and then they created humans, and on the seventh day they rested. The word from that translation for meaning God is Elohim. Elohim directly translates as counsel of God. So in many religions, including Christianity, God is seen to be more of a non-tangible body having spirit dormant essence, not necessarily something that will directly affect the way that humanity and creation lives, right? So that's why in the original text of the Bible, the original words, Elohim is translated directly to counsel of God. And then once you get past the seventh day where God is resting, God is now referred to as Yahweh. Yahweh being the God that is like directly overseeing the direction in which humanity is going. So if we're looking at the original text and we're also comparing it with scientific hypotheses regarding aliens and whatnot, when you go throughout the Bible, you come across the Jewish Bible, you come across the story of the sons of God. I'm gonna pull up a screen real quick. But the sons of God in the Jewish text are described to be like giants of that time, right? They come about in the Old Testament, and there seem to be giants of the time. And the sons of God, if you remember to the Bible story of how humanity could all speak one language and they began to move the mountains and whatnot to build a ladder to heaven to get to heaven, that was actually the Nephilim and the sons of God who perpetrated that act of building the ladder to heaven. So bringing in the scientific part and aliens, if we were to take that as face value is true in religion, right, you would see that the space that we now have, because if they could create the ladder to heaven using the mountains to directly reach heaven from earth, that means after God disbanded the ladder and made everybody speak different languages, he also took precaution to keep humanity from ever being able to reach heaven through that means again. So then God would have created space, what we know is space, which would be the distance between our reality, our galaxies, to the distance of heaven. So I believe that what we see as aliens not really what I believe, what I theorize, what we see as aliens could be actual angels that God has in space to defend heaven from humanity. That is really what the pseudo conversation would like consist of.
That's hard. What you wanted to pull up?
Oh yeah, I was just trying to find the actual. Let me put it in my present real quick. I was trying to find the actual word for the sons of God. So this is the sons of God. They're going to be found in the Old Testament, and it's going to be directly translated from the Nephilim. So the Nephilim, which can be found in the Hebrew text and the original text of the Bible before it was translated to English, that's where you find mention of the Nephilim, which are the sons of God, and that's where you find mentions of how Elohim here, the Hebrew word meaning Elohim, translates to council of gods. Whereas after that Elohim God was put to rest on the seventh day of creation, that's when the other God, the other translation of God, meaning Yahweh, being that one singular God, would take over with the direction and seeing of how humanity's history would prevail.
Absolutely, yeah. I remember Elohim meaning gods or council of gods. They say there's only one God in the Bible.
Right.
Of course, it's like when they say the sons of God or the mans of God, the sons came down. Yeah, they're expressing an extraterrestrial event, right? They're not,
Right.
So, and even God Himself being like this super alien,
Correct, because they were only supposed to come down to earth to guide humanity and teach humanity how to use the knowledge that Lucifer had provided to humanity. But in their process of doing that, they began to take on human wives and bear, half Nephilim, half human children, which upset God, and that's why there are no more Nephilim.
Okay, bet. Now, what is proof of Nephilims today? Do you look at the ancient artifacts of like the reptilian beings as the Nephilims? Because I've heard some people say that.
No, not necessarily, because the Nephilim, where they came down, but they're more humanoid than extraterrestrial being. When we speak of the Nephilim, because when we look at history, a lot of times we look at history as if it's in chronological order and not that things are happening at the same time, just in different parts of the world. And so for a Nephilim would be like the demigods that Greek mythology would talk about. The super strong people and the super fast people, the people who were seen to have like this godly amount of talent.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you who I think was those godly amount of people who had talent. Because even when I read that story, it was like these people were perfect. I think the Bible says something like, if we don't stop them, there will be nothing that they won't be able to do. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Yeah. And
I'm
so
gonna put it back up so you can see it, because that's going to exactly what you're saying.
shout out to Pro Black in the building. Yeah, it said them things like these people were perfect. They knew no wrong. They were unified, and they had like progressed past all the way to the point where they were trying to go into space. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? It was like,
Right.
fuck them people. Why confuse them people?
Right. And see here, it tells you that the Nephilim can be found in their description, which translate means something to the effect of ancient champions who made a name for themselves. And for us in the West, familiar with the exploits of Hercules, Achilles, Perseus, and the classical versions of their tales have been told and retold for over thousands of years. So that would be more fitting of the description of the Nephilim. But see, here is the exact text that lets you know that these were that they were the sons of God, and they were in fact supposed to be all obedient to God. But because they took up those human wives and made children of flesh, they were cast out.
Yeah, that's hard. Well, I would know how to debate that, right? Because one thing, because all it will be is just discrediting text.
Yeah, that would be I'm just really looking for the conversation, not necessarily a proving of right or wrong.
Yeah, get into the information and expressing it.
Mhm.
Yeah, having it weighed. I'm biased, which I can get that, because at the end of the day, that's a great testimony. It's accepted. Look at everybody that believe it and this, that, and the other. But yeah, I could easily see how they will be considered what we call aliens, extraterrestrials, come from that perspective. Because I mean, it doesn't express that they come from here. You know, here was created. It was created. We were created, and then they came down. That's a fucking alien. That's a fucking alien right there. But as far as the grace and the council, did you see that? Like they were showing like the government admitted 11 different races of aliens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like, yeah.
You saw that so-called video in Miami about the aliens at the mall?
I didn't even click on it.
I watched it. Like some people were coming out, but not too many. But I did see this one video of this white guy, and he called his dad on a live stream because people were asking him about the if he had seen the alien videos or whatever. And his dad he's a sheriff for the Miami area. So he called his dad and he asked them about what was going on in Miami. And the only thing his dad was like was, I can't discuss that with you. And he was like, well, can you tell me if there were aliens there or not? And he was like, well, I'm not really at liberty to say, you know, whether or not I can't confirm or deny. So that's the only kind of plausible piece of information that I could kind of take with more than a grain of salt. But other than that, it really wasn't given what it's supposed to give. But it might not be given because it's trying to be a cover up too. That can be a point of view to view it from as well.
Understood. Yeah, I wouldn't even. Yeah, I didn't even click on it. I ain't gonna lie. Once I saw it, I'm like, alien, it's in Miami. They high as hell down there in Miami.
Oh God.
Bullshit. Miami be on dead bullshit. They down there high. They got their bag. They got that bag and they going crazy. Nevertheless, I definitely.
But what was that panel really about? Because I saw the title of the panel, but y'all were talking about genealogy, so I really didn't see the correlation.
Yeah, they were talking about taking DNA tests, and you know, a few people had taken this, and I just so happened to see Psycho's when he reviewed his and stuff like that. So you know, I started looking into DNA and seeing, you know, what was the deal on it. You know, trying to just be less ignorant on it. So I got some information. It was like, well, you're not genetically related to all your ancestors. You only get 120 ancestors from each generation. And if you have under 120 ancestors in that generation, then obviously you can receive DNA from all of them. But once you get towards your third, fourth generation, you have over 250 people in that generation.
There's 30 people you're not getting genes from.
Yeah, there's people that you cannot receive genes from. And so even if you took a DNA test, you wouldn't be able to prove you were related to them. Now, you can prove that you related to their brother and then look in the paper if they have those records and say, well, you know, he had 3 brothers.
Right, because you know that's what the FBI does sometimes when they're looking for a criminal and they're running a fingerprint through the database that is not in the database. They'll run through DNA ancestry sites to see if you have like a brother, a cousin, or somebody who has similar DNA to you, and that's how they are able to find some people who are not in any type of like fingerprinted database.
Yeah, I saw information on that too, because some of these sites are working with law enforcement. And when you take your blood test, when you take your DNA test with them, you also give them permission to share that data with law enforcement. and some people who have gotten their relatives caught up on
Right.
certain cases and stuff because it popped up like, yo, this person DNA is related to that DNA from that crime scene. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right. That is exactly right. They partner with law enforcement, and you also sign off to have your information sold to third parties like Facebook and Instagram, and that's how they are able to build your people you may know list and things of that nature too.
But in no way am I trying to unencourage people from taking the DNA test. If that's what you want to do, I empower you to do that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just telling you the things that I was like, whoa, this this really not okay. Because when you look and you say, well, I didn't inherit any genes from this person or that that goes off as a red flag because this is such an important topic to Black people. Period. When we talk about where we come from and proving, people are getting into dumber conversations like abos and stuff. I feel like there is some level of abo conversation that holds some legitimacy. People speaking too much of a definite when they have these conversations, and it just gets idiotic.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, so I was talking about how I went over there, and it's another time when I go over there. But luckily, Psycho was on the fucking panel because but I don't even think I would have had the conversation if he wasn't. To be truthful with you, but yeah, I just asked, are you genetically related to all your ancestors? And they told me, yeah. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, okay, well, I challenge that because, the information I've been seeing is speaking indefinite. They're making them claims. And, I got the video with the one little Andy dude, but it was, other sources that's saying this. Oh, no, you only get so many people that you're related to from each generation. And once you get past the number, once you like you explained, once you get into your 7th, 8th generation, 120 people out of that whole generation. What is that? Now, those people may hold genes that's related to more. Those people are going to hold genes that are related to other people more. So you'll be able to say, okay, well, this person has, but you won't be able to prove that you're related to them. Like, even though they're your ancestors. So when I'm looking at the DNA test, it could be like, they're just not like how Psycho showed his. He said there's no North African DNA that could be miscrewed. You can have ancestors in North Africa that you didn't gain any genetics from. You know what I'm saying?
Right, and I feel like that the fact he took that from the conversation just shows how intellectually challenged he is. But that's also why I sent you that email with the National Geographic article, because it breaks down the process in which your DNA builds itself and how it picks what gene is going to be part of your DNA genealogical makeup and how that makeup can be different from your siblings.
Absolutely do. Let me see. You off? You off? Okay. Let me see. And let me do it like this. No. I don't know. This one of them sites. They're gonna make me sign in. I hate this. I used to be.
This wildlife person in the chat.
Huh?
I said, do you know the Wale person in the chat?
Yeah, that's yeah, he been on the panel before. That's why a lot a few of the dudes is from Cuba the channel.
He taught at Berkeley.
He said he tied at Berkeley.
No, I'm saying that he teach at Berkeley.
Oh, I don't know the in-depth like that much.
Okay, I was just asking because that's what he's saying. He said he taught at Berkeley, so I'm just trying to verify the information. What's your real name so we can look it up? Because we look up. You know, put your name in the private chat so I can look it up, find your degree.
I don't see that, but it's all good. Yeah, but he'll definitely hit that link he had before. But yeah, that's what it was. It was like what I was saying was correct the whole time, but I was getting so much pushback and diversion and lack of understanding and stuff like that. I'm like, this can't be
People
how.
want to believe their opinions over the fact that you provided them.
We can't. We can't. We just can't. You know, we just can't. We just can't do that. If the information is there, you know.
Because, you know, not even when you do your Ancestry.com stuff and your Me21 or whatever, they don't just go based off your DNA either. They go based on the agglomeration of historical texts and historical documents that have been collected over the years to be able to find out who you're related to that may be because you have a gene matching them, but because through the historical documents of marriages, we know that this person was married to this person in your family.
If you have that, if you have privilege to those things, yeah.
Right. If that person had those privileges to those things, correct. But they don't use just the DNA sample.
Yeah, but that's it. So usually, they go live today. He don't teach her.
You talking about Cuba today?
Yeah. Cause like I said, I want the slot to be able to go live over there to speak to a large audience.
Facts.
Yeah. Because if they could do that, if Samuel could get up there act like that, Dev can host how he did, and I would like to be able to go live over there and actually, moderate in the way I feel is healthy. Get information to a group of people, large people in a way that I feel is healthy.
We really need another lead, to be honest.
Huh?
So we really need another lead, to be honest.
Man, I want to do another debate league. I've been trying to get, people with some notoriety to help me and shit like that. Just give us the light. Because I know I got people that are debate. We already know how to structure it. Graphics ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? Bring the people on, bring out some information, and, have mature conversations passionately, and we can get it on. Like it's just getting that platform to actually, do it on.
I mean, we could always start off small and just build it up instead of, bring new people in instead of just trying to rely on the people that we already know. Because if it's not, getting past the working stage with the people that we already know, it might just be time for us to get a new list of people and maybe just create another page solely for the debates to take place. And then once again, the argument league can be the area for conversation that creates the door for a debate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what, because I don't want people to put together these presentations and only get 7 people watching. You know what I'm saying? Like people really put in work on that shit.
Facts.
And it's like I would like to at least have 50 people in the building. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So if we get up to 100, 200 people, like that shit is, let's go. It's go time. You know.
Yeah, it's just about how you advertise it too. Because even if you start off with a whole new crew, it's just about how you advertise it. Because even if we can't have the setup with the same people that we know, I'm sure that those people who couldn't be involved in the setup would still share the promotion and the advertisement.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Cause I still see me, you, Domo, Taz, Blue still around. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
but
saying?
the other day.
Yup. Like we still got that. And then I be on other channels and shit trying to, like more popular podcasts. I'll be in their chat. I'll be messaging their ass trying to get that shit popping, man. Like, yo, because ain't nobody really rocking that shit. You know?
Facts.
Nobody really rocking that shit.
We need to set up like an email group chat for everybody that you got in mind or whatever. That way we can have like it in the email. That way, if everybody got Gmail or something, you can attach a document where everybody can add and take away on the document and whatnot. That way, when each person just got their time, they can put in something towards the setup and everything.
Shit, we could do that. I just want if I don't want to waste nobody's time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, talk
Right,
about
but you gotta try it first and see exactly how it's gonna be. And then you gotta get people's available hours too. If we get people's available hours and we put it in a Google Doc, that way we already know, almost like a job, kind of, not really a job because we're not gonna be putting in all that extra effort. But if we know somebody's available hours, that way they can be contacted and we can schedule things that works for everybody.
That's all right. That's all right. And I was trying to get on that modern debate league. It's this other debate league. They be having viewers over there. And
Who's that?
it's just called Modern Debates on YouTube. They be having shit over there. And but I perceive like all them people already got some notoriety, this and another. Because I think they even had Brother Sanchez over there. Pissed me off. I'm like, Brother Sanchez, bro. I don't never really see. I ain't seen from what was the conscious community over there. You know what I'm saying? And then the only person that I see over there is Brother Sanchez talking about flat Earth. I said, that's crazy. I know I could get on this motherfucker. I killed Sanchez.
Not flat Earth though.
Flat Earth.
How many times we gonna revisit flat Earth?
Yeah, man. For some reason, it's just not going nowhere. But I'm like, man, I'm gonna have heavier conversations. Like people really just regurgitate the same information, just in different ways, I guess. But like niggas ain't talking about space travel. Niggas ain't talking about transhumanism. Nothing.
Right. The same old topics. The same old topics. That's why I don't even be on here like that.
Yep. Now everybody caught on the Apple shit.
That's what I'm saying. We should just get a whole new list of people. A whole new.
They go
The
people I named ain't on it. People I named ain't even on that. Like, Domo be on this politics, but he got a plethora of things he can talk about. Taz is an historian, so it's like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? You had Well, you got a plethora of things. You get into science and things, but you heavy
I'm
on
really into the conversation for real.
yeah, you heavy on history, Greek history and shit like that. Yeah, man. I would like to see something come up out of it. You know what I'm saying? What was?
When you think we can do a panel with like Blue Domo and we can hit up Taz. He might be available. But when you think we could probably set up a panel to have this debate lead discussion, just to see who all on board or whatever the case may be.
I mean, I could do it tonight. I could do it tomorrow. I'm off on Fridays and Saturdays. Yeah, it shouldn't take that long, but you know, I don't want to just Taz. You know what I'm saying? Post this on your website. You know, to be able.
Yeah, I'm not even talking about that right now. I'm just saying a panel discussion on who on board for maybe trying to see about a new debate league and before we even get into like promotion and the advertisements. Because we got to get the judges in line first. We got to get the list of debaters in line first and all that stuff. I'm talking about just discussing who want to do the setup of the debate league.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, we can talk about that because I like the people to decide. You know what I'm saying? Whoever, and I said it like whoever submit the the best rulings get it, not just somebody in the chat like just typing. I think he won.
Yeah.
But people that actually submit a judge 24-hour, you know what I'm saying, window, and let people from the chat submit their judging through video, email, or whatever. Upload it to the channel, whatever. I can deal with that. Picking judges, stuff like that. Picking judges, stuff like that gets kind of crazy. I mean, it ain't nothing I ain't willing to do, but I just prefer the people ruling.
Yeah.
Let's have their judging system.
That's a good conversation, Tanjon, about Disney. She said Disney is evil to children. You just don't see it.
Oh yeah, that was supposed to be one of our shits. Hold on, right quick.
He on the phone. Oh, my bad. I forgot I went on mute. We can talk, but he on the phone, baby. Say hi.
Hey. What's up, Pam?
You sound so tired.
Yeah. Well, I'm finna go to the store. If I come back go live tonight, shit, we can try to have that panel, see if we get some people up together.
Yeah, let's try to do a panel tonight. Also, Blue said he got some availability to talk tomorrow about the debate league stuff too. I just hit him up.
Yeah, we supposed to do that debate. Me and Tangerine, is Disney evil to children?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I still want to do that debate because I do got a good case on that shit.
What time tonight do you think you're gonna come back for the stream?
Shit, I'll be back in about a couple hours.
All right, we'll be back, and then I'll post something on my community wall about the conversation tonight. And so, anybody in the chat, if y'all know anybody that's interested in being a debater or a judge or anything, go ahead and let them know to tune in to the panel tonight, as we're going to be discussing that.
All right, that's all right. All right, for sure. Well, we up out of this thing, man. I appreciate everybody came through, man. Shout out to Tajon. Shout out to Wale. Shout out to of course Gold, man. Pro Black that came through. Shout out to Monster. Came through. Shout out to Tequila came through. Shout out to Regular Joe Fuck It, Jesus Christ, Maya Aisha, Yamaha Alpha. Shout out to Brother Moses, MJ, Real Lamar, Nobody B. Shout out to Psychopathia, the big dog. Shout out to HT Bald One. Melanated Goddess, Rogue C. Tequila F and MJ. If I ain't already said y'all, I think I said y'all. Rozzy, Made Premium Denim, and Lance. And of course the brothers and the sister Moonflower, Goldmine, Brandon Bay. Man, I appreciate y'all presence. You want to say peace?
Bye, y'all. Y'all have a good day till we see y'all later. I'm gonna post some stuff on my community wall, and if y'all in the Discord, I'm also gonna post some conversation in Discord about tonight's stream as well. So see y'all in a couple hours.
Yeah, this was a good one, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all already know Black Power, peace. And I'm out.